I'm alive. Oh my goodness. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Hey, Kimasabi, how you doing? I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, and I greet you with the honor and the blessing of the infinite creator. I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. It's about dead time, right? Hey, Travis, I got your message. I've been busy, and I was like, Travis will be the first one I go shake my finger at. Okay. I heard you. Anyway, hey, Chloe. Yeah, I've had issues with my truck, and was out here in the this evening. My dear friend came by, and finally, after all kinds of stuff between last time I talked to y'all and tonight, it's just been strange. But anyway, yeah, the feeling better has been a little off and on. Don't know what it is, but I hope y'all have been doing all right. You know, the subject in the title of this particular video tonight, and I hope y'all are doing well as possible, is about mental health and that kind of thing, and but related to spiritual and that kind of thing. So, uh, yeah, I'm as good as possible under the circumstances, Chloe. I have my good days and bad days, but that's part of my problem from the head trauma that I've had. And there are people, unlike myself, and it's 12:23. Hey, Miss Delaney, how are you, Pearl? And I had to stop and reload. Uh, Pet names. Whose pet name? Did I give you one? He's a brick house. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Chloe. But this is more for other people who are. I have learned to live with my disabilities, right? I'm still learning, and but there are so many people that have had head traumas and brain injuries and bad um, issues with medications. Hey, Susie, how are you? Oh, Travi. Oh, maybe she just couldn't finish typing. Maybe her thumb and finger quit working or something. Maybe her arthritis kicked in, Travis. I was standing up for you, Chloe, and I didn't even know. It's called mistyping. Uh, who did I miss up there? Susie, right? I made honey garlic chicken thighs, dinner with fried corn and couscous. Shame on you. That's a nasty word. Couscous. I'm kidding. All right, smoke if you got him. It's 12:24 in the AM time here on this Thursday morning. And I missed by 4 minutes, but it's a 4:20 mark anyway. And woo, tonight's blend for the smoking pleasure is called Khalifa Kush. Boy, that one went all the way down. I'm gonna have to try that again, see how well it works. Uh, but anyway, I know this is a little early on. There's only 5 or 6 of you here, which is okay. But there's some future events that are supposedly going to be taking place, like here shortly, like within like a week ish, and it's about the galactics and everything, and the event for those of us who have been, the event is coming, um, and all that stuff that we went through. That supposedly, through several different sources, the the day for the event is supposed to be on February the 1st. Okay, not sometime during February, but it's supposed to be this time. Is supposed to be very Pacific, right? February the 1st. That the it's going to be like a flash bulb across the planet, is the way it's described, and we will be, that will be part, that will be, hey Alex, how are you? That will be um, one of the signs that we are, have the event has triggered. So for me and a bunch of other folks, is we have, almost every year there's something supposed to happen at this time or that time, and it's going to happen by this time, and well, supposedly they're serious this time, which before it was just like, well, it's going to happen, and well, this time it seems like there's, like, it might really happen this time. We'll see. uh February the 1st is, I think it's next Tuesday. Wait, I gotta pull up my calendar here. Yeah, next Tuesday. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, we have 5 days, if this is true, to find out. Okay. And also, the month of February, not necessarily on the 1st, but ET's supposed to show itself and all the, so we'll see. But um they have given us dates and times and a month. Okay, you got 30 days plus or minus, to get it right. But then nothing happens. And then, 2 or 3 months later, and then a year or two later, in the same month, it still hasn't happened. And gates are opening and closing, and people are coming in and out. And okay, all right. Now, I just want to say that a lot of times that there are folks who are talking about, well, this gate, that gate, north, south, east, with the western gates open, and the Lions Gate, and the Tadpole Gate, and the, who knows, maybe there's a hula hoop gate. But all these people talk about all these gates, and here's the thing with ET: they can open portals and boom out. They don't need to wait for a quote gate to be open. Some of this gate stuff is new age hyperbole. Oh, this gate's opening up and the stars are all lined. Okay, I would agree that the stars are lined up and this is happening. Oh, but that this gate, and it's so important. I have heard that for the last 20 something years. Still have yet to see any of these gates do anything. Okay, I'm personal opinion. Other people like, oh, the energy and the this and the that. Yeah, okay, just seems like another day to me. But if you're feeling better, God love you, So future events. So as I watch these, what I consider back channels, I'm not on 4chan or anything like that, but I do, uh, monitor a lot of different channels. And where have I been part of this time is trying to catch up on some of this ET stuff and other things. But anyway, medicine wheel together. Wait. Yeah, I would agree with that, Alexander. And February and March are going to be very interesting. whether or not it's the surge or the wave or the event or whatever the hell it's going to be, flashlight going up, flash bulb, bing. Okay, we just had our picture took by ET. Um, yeah, and speaking of medicine wheel, uh, Barry and I have talked about it, and I've been wanting to do a series on the medicine wheel. So that's coming up, but not tonight. Hey, Zach, how are you? What if it's a gate to our minds instead of like Stargate? My point is that these folks who talk about these gates, right, are we're supposed to have felt something or something, not like a Stargate, but similar. That new age stuff is just crazy. It really is, and there are people who are spouting these words, and no offense, but like they know what the fuck they're talking about. And I just sit back. Now I have listened to a lot of it, okay, and over the years, I was like, well, there's part of that that seems true, and there's a little bit of this that is okay. And I understand that there are gateways, portals, mental things. Okay, you can create your own mental portal. Okay, in the astral plane and go, flying all around if you understand how to work it, do it, and that kind of thing, right? So, but this idea that, oh, here's this certain portal at this certain place at this, here we go again, year after year. Okie dokie. My point is, there may have been high energy for somebody or some people. Okay. I'm not going to discount that. But the amount of energy that they put behind selling the gate or the portal or the whatever, and I go, okay. Next day, did you feel anything? No. What about you? Nope. How about you? Hey, Fred, you over there. You're always quiet. Do you anything different about you? And Fred just, kind of waves it off. So, Chloe, about doing the medicine wheel thing. Yeah, I think so too. And my spirits have been trying to. My issue is in trying to present the some of the information. And so 11:33, yeah, 12:33 here. And come on, let's stretch the 20 mark because I was late getting on. Now, for those of you, um, 11 or 12 people or so here in so far, um, and I will repeat this later on, but for those folks who subscribed to the YouTube channel, The Cause, Dante, and the Christus, um, that channel was taken down. Okay. Now, in the last 2 days, another channel is back up. All right, and it's called. I'm not going to type it down or anything like that, but just listen. It's called The Cause for Ever. That's the new channel. And so for folks who are like, what? Where did Dante go? Oh my God, his channel's been taken down. That's true. Okay. Like after all these years, here we go again. It almost happens every year or so. So this is nothing new. He came on and said, look, it's going to be okay. Everybody calm down. All right. And I'm going to do a separate video about the Silent 72 Plus. But for those folks, after 14 minutes into this, uh, for those folks who know what that means about the Silent 72 Plus, um, keep your wits about you, keep your faith, believe, 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 believe. And that's part of the reason for this video, this discussion tonight, because there are a lot of folks that I've talked to, listened to, watched in the chat kind of thing. And with all of the obvious changes that are going on and other changes that they're going on, but people ain't aware of them, but it's still affecting them, and that they're spiritually kind of sort of going nuts. There are folks who, think that maybe they should be, become, join the Nation of Islam. There are folks who think maybe they should, go start, casting runes and learning about druids. There are people that maybe you're thinking, going to South America. I'm sorry, well, South America too, but maybe South Africa and doing something with the anyway. The changes seem to be almost forcing some people to find religion, okay, in whatever form. What, and I'm going to say spiritualism. They're being kind of, some folks are. It seems like from listening and conversations and watching chat rooms that some people seem to like, well, if you ain't saved, if you ain't saved by Jesus, you're just done for. So then there are people who are going, well, I don't know if I want to jump on that Jesus train, but I feel spiritual. I want to help my fellow human beings. So in the basis of that is that they are in their heart of hearts, they're following the law of one, whether they know it or not. They don't want to harm people. They don't want to cheat, or, they just want to do good work, make decent money, provide for their family or whatever, and it, just lead a decent life, right? Nothing special, but not a bad life, more positive than any negative. So, but this idea though that these changes that are about us now, politically, earth shattering, earthquakes, volcanoes, you name it, tsunamis, right? Everybody's going, holy shit. Oh my God. Wait a minute. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. Well, wait a minute. I'm a Buddhist, and God really ain't, necessarily, but I get it. Okay. Um, but people are looking towards some type of, the only word I can come up with at the moment, having thought about this for some time now, is salvation. They, because of the Christian beliefs around the world of just whatever, and the idea that, well, we're in troubling times and we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and things are a little iffy and crazy, and so, you know well, maybe I should give myself to the Lord. Maybe I should wear sackcloth and you know uh, kneel at the outside of the church and give penance, which for you Catholics out there, better eat up your chocolate and candy and whatever, because Lent's coming, you know. But so, but people seem to be really kind of like, well, I don't know if this is going to work. Well, what do you mean? Well, I kind of have this personal belief about, the creator or the spirit or God or something, but I don't know if that's enough. Maybe I should become a Catholic. Oh, please don't. Oh, please. Oh, and the Pope is in so much doo doo from Catholics. Okay. It is great. I love it. All right. But I mean, and I don't mean to put anybody down, but they feel that somehow that if they belong to a church, then they've got that spirituality card covered. Okay. But for me, I have no religious affiliation with any religions, right? I'm just a spiritual person along with a lot of other folks, right? So we're very spiritual, but we don't belong to any organization, right? We are members of the League of Like Minded Beings, period. We are the soul tribe, period. We don't have, our dues is helping other people. Our, do you have to jump through any hoops to become a member? No. All you have to do is become aware. And when you become aware of the fact that, oh my God, I am a member of the League of Like Minded Beings, and there is no entrance fee. The entrance exam is understanding that you are a member already. See that? What? So, for those of us who have accepted that we are part of the grand scheme, we are part of the universe, whatever creator or God or source or energy or whatever that is, even atheists, and I can understand why they don't want to believe in God because it's a fabricated God. But when you explain to an atheist about the spirit of nature, the spirit of the planet, the spirit of the universe, and talk about the creator of all things versus a God, they will stop and talk and have conversation with you. But as soon as you start talking God and Jesus and the Bible, the atheists don't want to listen. Why? Because you're selling them something. You have to believe in the Word of God or you can't belong. But now there is the universal law of one. If you believe in that, if you are doing your best to harm no one in any way, shape, or form, then you're there. Okay. Now there are people who do that with their lives, but society says, wait a minute, you can't just be spiritual. What religion are you practicing? Who do you worship? Right? And we don't do that, right? We see that it's not necessary to go to church to be at one with your creator all the time. Okay. Not just on Sundays or, Wednesdays or whatever the church it is or whatever the prayer date Saturdays for those folks, Seventh day Adventist. And technically, they're right. Saturday is supposed to be the right day. Guess who changed it? The church, like they've changed so many other things. So, but what does that mean to you and me? Yeah, Jesus was about helping people, being good to others. Right. And here's something, and a lot of this is coming out, but I have talked about this for a long time long before I even started the YouTube channel about that Jesus was a Buddhist. Because my dear friend, Sister Helene in 1970, y'all probably tired of hearing me say it, but it's the truth. She said, because I wanted to be a priest, and she said, please don't go study Buddhism because that's what Jesus did. So when he came back to the quote Holy Land and he was bringing this basically non religion, sacrificing animals at the temple and following these old archaic laws, and there are priests and there are the anyway in the synagogue. So and the money and the thing and it was all, church was a big business. It still is. I don't care if you're Baptist or holiness or whatever, church is still big business. Okay. I had a very good friend of mine years ago, God love him. He was a preacher. I met him through his daughter, and who knew my wife at the time, and he was a very wonderful man. And I asked him one day, because I have always had this kind of spiritual inclination, right? And he goes, I said, how did did God talk to you? And he goes, no, I saw that I was out of money, and I had my certificate as a preacher. And he said, and somebody needed an official to officiate a wedding, and I was there, and they paid me $50. And I realized that, oh my God, there are people who need my service, as a minister, and I can get paid doing this. Oh, holy crap. So he wasn't a rich man, but he was like, he looked at me and he goes, I'm comfortable. He does other work on the side. And I got spirit faces coming out of my floors, to say the least. Hey, David Castle, how are you? Toasted cheese and tomato soup. Yep, that's always a winner. Um, but so anyway, the idea of spiritualism. So somehow to society, in order for you to somehow be saved, in their opinion, then you must belong to some affiliated association, right? That has brick and mortar or something. So, but y'all come here and we share the spirit, you know. I do my preaching and crack a few jokes and am rude sometimes, and maybe even crude, but the idea that we come and share our spiritual selves. We, as the tribe, the soul tribe, as the members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, it's our positive touch to the universe. Yep, we belong. And when y'all come and we share, that's the time we get to touch out and reach out with their brains and go, you know what? Thank you. That's why y'all miss so much. It's like it's our connection to each other. But the connection is always there, whether I do a YouTube video or not. Because I'm all the time sending prayers out, whatever on to them. Oh, and by the way, had very good luck this evening. My dear friend came over after I pleaded with him, and we finally got that cranky old O2 sensor loose and off my truck. Oh, hallelujah! I'll put the new one on tomorrow, but for many days and many tools and many tries, we got her done tonight. Thank you, Jesus. You know, so people say, well, wait a minute. Well, you're not really a Christian, are you? Well, then why are you saying thank you, Jesus? Well, because I do believe in Jesus. I do believe in the Christ. Okay. But I'm just not all this hullabaloo in the Bible because that was written by people, okay, not by God. But you must accept the word of God. Well, and when he comes down and puts his little handwriting on it, I'll believe it. Well, but he spoke to Saul, who got thrown off his horse, and then all of a sudden this guy knew more than all the other apostles. It's like, what? Anyway, so, are there some really good readings in the Bible? Absolutely. I've got two sitting right over here on a shelf, and there are times when I pull them out. There are times when I look things up on the internet to one of these different Bible concordances and things. If you feel like you should read the Bible, go ahead. But here's the thing: if people feel that the only way they're going to be saved spiritually is by the words in the book. The only way you're going to make it is to accept and believe the word of God. When we have discussed this many times, and how many times have they changed the words, and different Bibles have different meanings and different words, and it's a cluster muck. So, but the thing is though, is it a good read? Are there things in parables and stuff? Absolutely. The loaves and the fishes. Here's a man with, quote, no superhuman powers, but he feeds a whole mass of a bunch of people and didn't ask for donations. Hey, you got a piece of bread, bring it on down. You got a fish, bring it on down. Jesus is going to lay his hands on it and he's going to make some more fish and everybody's going to be happy. Now, did they eat it raw? Did they cook it? Just ask him. They don't go into that. They just fed them. So, scales and all, I'm just curious. But people were fed. That's the interesting part. So, uh, what's wrong with that? Nothing. Um, hey, I'm going to take this little bit and feed the masses. Now, maybe they were all hallucinating and on some kind of, maybe it was blowfish, and the people in the audience were going, "Holy crap! I can see God." If you had enough to eat, plenty. Okay, from the actual event itself, it was perpetuated by the people who wrote the Bible, and by those people also, um, who make religion their job, right? To promote it, and the only way you're going to make it to the spiritual side is if you do, and this is the only way. And the Catholics believe this. Say it, the Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and life everlasting. Amen. I think it's in the Nicene Creed, and so, or the Apostles' Creed. Okay, depending, it's the same prayer, but it says in there, that the Holy Catholic Church, the one true church, right, the only church to get to heaven. And I've heard other religions like Lutherans and the Methodists say that same prayer, and they say the Holy Catholic Church and the communion of saints. And then, wait a minute, why are you saying that prayer when you're a Lutheran? I'm just asking, right? Hey, Michelle, how are you? And Project Skyfall. Uh, Barry, Alex, how are you? Anyway, girlfriend got the bot. I got the bot, but I ain't got no body. I ain't got nobody. Nobody, nobody. Nobody but me. Anyway, but with this time of controversy and all this stuff, and the corona, um, I like pina coladas and Corona in the rain. Never mind. But even Boris Yeltsin in Britain came out the other day and said, no more masks, no more nothing, no more mandates, no more, that it's up to the people of Britain. And there are still people going, what? I mean, Boris Yeltsin, people say that Trump looks crazy with his hair. Boris Yeltsin's got him hands down, right? You know what I mean? But anyway, so there are people at the UN who are talking about no more this, no more that. So 2 weeks ago, we all thought, oh, holy criminy, they're going to do another lockdown. They're going through a whole nother phase. They're doubling, tripling down. Then all of a sudden, in these last 2 weeks, there's been some information. There are people who've gotten sick. There are all these people who have the flu now, like my daughter and other folks and other friends of families and stuff, who've had all the shots and who are sick with the flu. I've had none of the above, and I've had my slow days, but I ain't been to the hospital yet. About a week or so ago, maybe 10 days, there was about 3 or 4 days in there where I was really woo. But to the point though, um, I am 69 and a half. Got to keep that one going. So there is old age factors that, okay, some days you just don't feel as spry as you did yesterday. Doesn't mean you're dying, but anyway. But for people though, with all these different energies, with all these different philosophies and politicalness, and you know 2 weeks ago, everybody was going to have a booster. Now, for anybody that's listened to this recent information, who sends their child to school, and allows them to get a shot, needs to be shot. Okay, it's already been proven. Kids under 16, 17, 18, the likelihood is low. And all these folks and pharmacists, what, but yeah, gotta have it. Now the kingdom of the UK, United Kingdom, but And UN and all these other folks are going, well, maybe not. Fauci even said, for example, in a recent interview, well, it looks like everybody's just going to get it. We're just going to have to let it run its course. What? Uh, 2 weeks ago, you said we were all going to die. We were going to have to triple down again. And now there are people who are like, you know, like Geraldo Rivera, for example, Whoopi Goldberg. Oh my God, the commotion about her getting COVID. And I want to go, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, shake your finger at me because I haven't had any shots, any flu shots in years because my system is allergic to it. Is going to point her finger at me and go, the reason I'm not sicker is because I had all my shots. What? I haven't had any shots and I'm still fine. Now she travels around and meets more people than I do. That's not the issue. The lie has been if you get the shot, you won't get sick or that you won't transmit it. All this has been proven false. Why is this important now? It's because this has put many people in a certain mental health condition. Fear, chaos, paranoia. Oh, I'm going to die. The vaxxers, the anti-vaxxers, the this ones, the that ones. The grant. Now there are people going, you mean to tell me you kept me out of the nursing home when my mother was dying because she had COVID and it could have been, and you mean you kept me from seeing my family member be in those last hours of their life because, and now you're saying, well, it really wasn't that bad. We was all going to probably get it anyway. And what? The people who've lost their jobs. I mean, so is this affecting mental health right now? You betcha. Okay. And why is it pertinent to now and our spiritualness? Because there are people who are downright pissed. So, as your mental health and as your kind of daily attitude goes, kind of sort of as your spirit kind of follows suit because it's all tied together. So, somebody that's angry, and there are a lot of people who should be very pissed. When I talk to my daughter, I love you, Jackie, but she was convinced that had I had the booster, that I wouldn't have gotten sick or it wouldn't be so bad. You're really missing the point, honestly. And the guy on Remnant Radio, Remnant TV, talks about the Catholic Church and stuff. Anyway, he was like, listen to these people. He said, I've got a family member and a person and this, and they were like, got COVID after doing everything right, washing their hands all the time and everything, and are sick with the flu now. Going, well, if I had just had that extra booster, or maybe I should have got a shot from one of the other pharmacies, kind of like. So if you got one of the other injections with other stuff in it, that would have kept you from getting sick when they inject you with a live virus. You ain't paying attention, right? So, but anyway, our mental health condition. So, for those of us who have been telling people all along, they're selling you a bill of crap. Now, a good third of those people within the last month at least are going, what? We went through all the what? And there are picking out people who are still claiming, oh, like Whoopi and Geraldo, he said, I did everything right. And he said, I was shocked. I got it anyway. And now, and so, oh, well, who's Geraldo? That's not the point. The point is he's another person that said, I did everything right and I still got it. So here's the thing, as this mental condition unfolds here in our very near future and beyond, There should be people who should be concerned that they lost their business, they lost their job, they lost their livelihood. They Somebody should pay for that, and however they do it, somebody ought to pay. So how people decide this is going to affect their mental condition, all right, which affects their spiritual. If they're mad or depressed, their spirit, their aura changes to that color of whatever they're feeling or exchanging or whatever. Super Scream, how are you? Two of my vaccinated family who I live with have caught COVID so far. Super Scream, you're kind of proving my point there, and I'm like, all right. Julie's in the house. I have not been looking at the chat. I've been trying to stay focused on the topic. Nuremberg Pro does not apply. Oh, hey, Julie, how are you? I'm a druid. Hey, that way, how are you? Looking left and right. It's 1:02 a.m. Thursday morning on January the 27th, 2022. And for those of you who just kind of sort of joined us this hour, hey, Jody, had both shots plus and just got over COVID as of yesterday. Yeah, my daughter went through the similar. There are a couple other folks that I know, and the same thing. I don't want to say I told you so. Tracy, I understand. There are folks here at the local hospital. I did a video on it several months back. It was middle of last year at Phoebe Putney Hospital, and they made it mandatory. And a third of the staff, doctors, nurses, floor people, walked out of the hospital and said, "Nah, ain't doing it." So now that these people have been gone and didn't get their jobs back or whatever, now that things have loosened and the some more truth is coming out, these folks are going to want retribution, and I don't blame them. I would want to, jump up, especially folks in the healthcare field. When my doctor told us 2 years ago about ivermectin and zinc and these other things, right? And but that don't wear a mask; it's more harmful. And she was one of the first people to come up with uh, you know, it's like a bug zapper. You want to kill a mosquito, you electrify a chain link fence. That's the difference between the virus and germs and stuff in the mask, right? So, and over the last 2 years, people have been using that same analogy as she did literally 2 years ago. So it's like she was right, and the rest of them jerks is wrong. And there are some folks that I know still in the medical profession. One of them is a doctor who swears, we must wear a mask and it's like, Doc, come on now. I know you got better sense, right? Yeah, I understand, Tracy. I know some other folks who do that kind of work, and they had to get their shots. And if I had not had the issues with flu shots over the years that I've had myself, I would have just said, okay, I wouldn't argue. Okay. But with all the other stuff going on about the mandatory part of it, now that's just, there are folks who are going to want retribution one way or the other. And so, my point to saying this is that there's going to be a mental health condition because of this turnaround of events. Okay. How it's going to play out and what's going to happen, I don't know. but there are people already mad. There was a statement by Boris Yeltsin the other day in the British Empire kind of thing, like, okay, we're no more, okay, we're, just let's go at it, And now Fauci's saying, well, this new Delta thingy, whatever, is just going to work its course, and we're probably all going to get it, and it's no big deal. So we'll see, right? But the people, like, for those of you and family members, oh yeah, Massachusetts. Oh my God. I have relatives up in Connecticut and up in that area, and yeah, they ain't Massachusetts, but it's Connecticut. And some of the things that you hear and you go, what? Anyway, uh, yeah, it should have never been made mandatory. I absolutely agree with you. And the thing that Biden and Fauci talked about here recently, and oh, as long as you've had your shots, you're not a carrier. You won't get anybody else sick. You won't get it. And I mean, so we'll see how this plays out. But in this, talking about the mental condition, which affects our spirit, um, so for you, you're mad and you should be downright pissed, like these people. I don't know how they got compensated or not or whatever when they walked off the job at Phoebe, but they should all get their jobs back or something. And I don't know whether or not they should have got compensation, but something ought to be worked out, you know. And folks who pointed their finger and said, "Oh, you were bad because you didn't go along." It's the jab causes an immune deficiency, and they put a live virus in you so that your immune system will build up antibodies from it. Anyway, enough of that. But to the point though that watch, this is gonna people have already been depressed and pissed off, you know, and now that this change of habit, wordplay, whatever this scenario is changing these last 2 days, I love it, right? I absolutely do, because it vindicates all of us who were going, sorry, but we told you, you know. I'm not going to stand up and shake my finger and go, y'all, but maybe for just a minute, all you crazy sons of bitches out there that told me I was wrong, and backfired on you, didn't it? And I'm sorry for it. I really and truly am. That you had to go through all that trouble and still get the flu. I'm just saying, God love you, but they want us to by the end of the year and only love you. Absolutely, Jody. And that's one of the things, like, um, when Sotomayor got on there and said, that thousands of children, hundreds of thousands of children had died and you were sick in the hospitals when she was doing her little rhetoric thing, right? A lot of people went, wait a minute, no. There was like 0.001% that was a child or something like that. And then they weren't really sure, but everything was COVID and they just stamped COVID on a bunch of shit. What's got some people really pissed is that they weren't allowed to see their loved ones before they passed away because of the lockdown. And boy, I get that. I really do. Okay. In a couple of weeks, it will be a year. My friend Marcy had passed away, and none of us could get in to see her before she passed because of the COVID restrictions. So, not real happy about that myself, you know what I mean? But so, where is and because this affects our spirit, how is this mental condition of just this topic, okay, going to affect just the United States? And in their thinking, there are comments and stuff coming out of Britain. You mean you made us do what? And now it's just suddenly okay? What? You know, you mean you were wrong all along? What? It was just a big what? It was a hype. What? Oh, so and and the Biden folks and these folks and the gaffes and him calling that Fox reporter on a live mic the dumb son of a bitch. Like what? Come on. And his lollygagging and rambling. I mean, I'm 69 and a half and have had lots of brain damage. 20 head concussions. Okay, there's are times my brain just goes, and no, I'm not making fun. My brain goes dee dee dee, and I just go off someplace else. Wander around in the yard, dee dee dee. I'm still glad I'm alive and breathing. Holy crap! I still got both arms. So have been in the mental hospital. Have seen cheered up crazy people. Okay, who need something. The way still continue to house people with severe brain deficiencies and not necessarily their fault. And their behavior is caused by between head concussions and society and upbringing and food and medicines just makes them nuttier. Okay. But there are a lot of people out on the streets that's, I just got to scratch my head and go, man, I knew people in the hospital that are better off than you are. Oh my God, And they closed that wing. You would have been perfect on the D in the D wing over there at the hospital. But so we got a 20 coming up here in 8 minutes. Thank you, Michelle. There you go. You've had 3 concussions. So anyway, there are a lot of things that those of us who are the conspiracy theorists who have talked about, hinted about, and so forth in the last couple of years, we're suddenly like, oops, we might have had at least some of it right. And it's making a lot of other people who get this, who were so convinced, like Geraldo and even Whoopi Goldberg, like, wait a minute, I did everything right and I got it. Yeah, you dummy. And you've had all your shots and won another one. And if they have another booster, she'd go get it. Is she like not paying attention as to why she has uh what is it? The Jimmy Dore show. He's got a thing on YouTube. He did a thing the other day about Whoopi, and it was hilarious. But he was right on the money. He was right on the money with all his points that he was making, and showing Whoopi on with the view and this and that. And it's like, okay, never mind. But so people from all levels are looking at the situation. It just ain't a couple of people anymore. It's Geraldo. So who cares, right? But no, it's Geraldo. Somebody of note because everybody knows who Geraldo is, whether you like him or not. But this is his short story. Guess what? Whoopi's got it. This person. Oh, wait a minute. I thought thought they were safe. So to find out that they weren't safe all along and the consequences and get your weed out. Yeah. I started early because I was late before. I hope you all are doing as well as possible. Now, for as far as we could talk about the COVID thing and about, but here's the point though. Surprise, surprise, all of a sudden that mental state of perpetuating whatever, right, is suddenly at an end in a lot of ways, right? Whoops. So that is going. This is going to be one of the times where if I had popcorn, I would make some, and I would kind of sit back and watch how this next month is going to unfold. Now, ET and folks say, oh, by the way, for those of you who came in late, ET says February the 1st, this coming Tuesday, there's going to be a, um, a flash bulb effect, and the whole planet's going to feel it. We'll see. And there's supposed to be some other cool things happening in February and also leading into March. We'll see. Okay, but they're very emphatic that it's going to be very emphatic that it's going to be. And somebody asked some questions about, well, it's going to be 2022, and the answer was no, it's going to be 2/1/2022 or something anyway. So I was like, okay, but it's been, the answer was a couple of weeks ago, by the end of January, we were going to see some things go on. Okay, well, by the end of January, here we are. Here's the British Prime Minister telling everybody over there, no more mandates. We're going to leave it up to the British people, is I think how he phrased it. And so all the protests in all these places all over Europe, right? And in South America and other places, right? And now that this ball has started rolling this particular way, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. Because there is one side, the cabal side, that wants everybody to, I mean, we're still, those who fly are still taking their shoes off in the airport. I mean, is this like stupid or not? I mean, come on, right? Um, but the idea that, now we have to have these passports, and now we have to have these things, and now there are only so many people in a bar, or so many people in a restaurant, or so many people at Wimbledon, and so many people, and now all of a sudden people are, well, we're gonna allow more people into a venue. Instead of like 35 people, we're gonna let 60 people in. Well, what's your max? 150? Well, you know, so there are people who are just ain't buying it. Just ain't buying it. So that has changed the mental and spiritualness of people, because those people that said, I ain't buying it no more, are spiritually better off because they're not burdened by it, you see. Those people who have been affected by this have been burdened in some way. And the burden has been physically, mentally, and spiritually. So they're going to need some outlet or some way to go, what? Yeah, everything's going to be back to normal, when Pope Francis is still trying to sell this crap. And everybody else is going, nah, but now other folks are going, so the night before Christmas Eve or some important day, he was visited by the Pfizer Foundation in private with the Pope. And Melinda Gates, of all people, had a private interview with the Pope without any, it wasn't on his agenda, but she was there. They met behind closed doors. And so, and other people, so what's up with the Vatican still to sell something, and other people going, nah, not even the Vatican, not even the Pope. We ain't even going to listen to that son bitch. Okay. So now that's a big turn when people are like, okay, the politics and the health thing and all this, but when he invites, private meetings with members of the Davos group, over all them really rich people, and how they can help, end poverty in the world. Like give up some of your freaking, your fortune, build hospitals, and don't charge them, and pay for good. I mean, oh my God, So is the Pope promoting any of that? Nah, but he's promoting this unity, and everybody should be vaccinated, and everybody. And so Boris Yeltsin just freed up the UK, and the Pope just doubled down And if you don't have a shot or a card or something, you can't get in the city state of Vatican. Period. Like at the end of this month, right? So what? Oh, 121. Okay, I took a hit almost on time. So, but anyway, what's this got to do with us? Well, this is a future event, and it is happening now. So those folks who are going nah, and then poor folks down under who are they want to lock down even tougher, and other so the fight is on, but there has been a shift in whatever way the wind's blowing. Sick of Michelle. Um, so now not next in line is like the video I did the other day or last week about humor, in 2022. Um, it's nothing to joke about. Um, in that political correctness has gotten obesity, fat with craziness, right? To the point where comedians who would normally be planning their this year's concert tours, and especially with restrictions lifting in many states and cities and so forth, that folks would go to concerts or go to events like that, and they're not going. Why? As Steve Harvey says, because political correctness. I don't know what I can say, and when I'm going to get booed or hissed or run off the stage or accused of something because he makes some joke that's going to piss somebody off, right? So that's why I did that video the other night or last week, and that I'm sure there's a joke in here somewhere that's going to piss somebody off, you know, and kind of sort of on purpose. In that, come on now, it's just a joke. Get over it. Get a sense of humor for God's sakes. Uh, but so political correctness, along with this COVID thing, right? And all this stuff that's attached to it with jobs lost and venues and things and stuff and the money spent, the time, somebody was tested positive but never got sick that wasn't in a football game or a baseball game or because, of the rules, uh, and being fined and all this stuff. What going to be very interesting, but in this disharmony with just that topic, because it covers so many different areas in our society and how people are going to react to it, it's going to set up this mental condition, okay? And I'm going to dub it post-COVID mental syndrome or post COVID syndrome, okay, where people are so upset after these last 2 years that you know, I shot the law and the law won. you know, they're going to be crazy people because they have been in this mental state created by this situation, and they're going to want to release it, that anger and frustration, and some people are going to go wacky, okay? They're either on medicine that ain't really helping them, or they're off the medicine that was really helping them. It's a double-edged sword there. uh, and having been there myself, having had a head concussion and then a personality change. And it wasn't until later that I realized that I wasn't the same person that I was before the head injury, right? That things had changed and whatever. I mean, even my tone of voice at certain things. And there was one time where I was like pissed off all the time. And it was fuck this, fuck that, fuck. It was like my favorite word, along with some bitch and, hey, kiss my ass, and this one's for you. So, but anyway, and then I got hit in the head again. And then it was like I got docile to the point where I didn't say a lot of anything. There was hard to connect the brain to the mouth to work at all. And then there were dizzy spells and falling and running into the wall and thank God, knock on wood, I don't have those symptoms anymore. So for other people who have gone through some type of head concussion and have had a personality change, a physical trait, disappear or appear out of nowhere, I'm here to tell you, you can, if you are serious about working on the issue, you can regain. Okay. Because I'm still here at 69 and a half. And I've not had fresh coffee today, but that's okay. Tomorrow's another day. And I got my O2 sensor out. I'll get my truck back. So anyway, and it wasn't real, some bitch. But so in the future coming, like tomorrow, and whatever is gonna come out or what changes are gonna be made due to other people's mentioning and laws and restrictions and going one way or the other, like the Vatican going nuts and the UK going, come and see us. um, Florida, for example, a lot of folks who are like Ron DeSantis, and they're, trying to say that, one's picking on the other and they're trying to create this public, between him and Trump. I'm sorry, Trump's an ex president, okay? And they keep calling him in the present tense, Mr. President, Mr. Trump, right? Now, there is some shenanigans going on to where he might actually still be the president. Okay. And we'll see. That's supposed to have happened about this time of year. Okay. I'm still waiting on that one, right? Oh, along with a lot of some other folks too, right? So, but here's the thing. But Ron DeSantis, who lives just down the road here, across the Florida line, I'm like 70 miles from Tallahassee. So, he's kind of sort of my neighbor. But the fact that, all the people in Florida, which I have many family and friends and classmates and all that, having lived in Florida for a long time, that stress of craziness has not been placed upon them. Okay. Where forks, folks in the Northeast are where Tracy's at and so forth have been under a lot of stress and forcing, and you will do this and you will, So as this plays out, and so Southerners are going to be less affected because it has been less cruel on them, especially in Florida and other states. Georgia's been in between, depends on where you're at. But then in the Northeast, where it's been nuts, I was in Ohio with family over the summer. It wasn't no big deal almost everywhere we went. So, but I know that the Northeast and Connecticut, Massachusetts, places up in there, New York, they've been going crazy with this, right? So some of these changes are not going to affect some of us in the same way it will affect those possibly like Tracy in Massachusetts. you see. Because there was more stress there. Somehow it's either going to get released or something's got to give, right? So just understand that if you've got a friend of yours who lives in a particular area of the United States and they're more pissed or having more issues because of this and related stuff, okay, um, be mindful and be caring and go, I'm sorry. Where down here where I live, it's just not the same, okay? Was just at the store tonight. I saw one person with a mask on and he was wearing it and he was talking to somebody on the cell phone right in the store and he was loud I, I I got his sense of humor almost immediately. Black man, I don't know, maybe he's in his 50s and a little loud, you know, you could hear him in the store really well. And he's like, yeah, I'm just who I am. Yeah, I know people don't like some things I do and how I act sometimes, and I could see him smile through his little white mask, you know. He says, I just am who I am, you know, and I don't mean no harm to nobody. And I was standing there, you know, putting my groceries up out of the basket thingy, just laughing, shaking my head up and down. Yeah, I don't mean nobody no harm, you know. I just am who I am, you know. And I don't know who he was talking to on the phone, but he was replying to him anyway. I thought it was funny, you know. But so it was his choice to wear the mask, is part of the deal. Whereas there wasn't anybody else in the store around him that had a mask on. So, but it's just who he is. So go ahead, right? Uh, if you want to wear one and you feel safer, you go right for it. But if you think I should wear one to make you feel safe, that's where the line stops. Okay. Your personal right, you wear it, right? So there are people who are going to kind of come to I know I'm still talking about the COVID thing, but it's a mindset, right? So to be masked, to be afraid, to be hidden, to not come out, you know what I mean? To breathe fresh air for crying out loud, right? Except maybe in Los Angeles or, you know. But so this idea that somehow people have to come out of hiding that they have been told to go into, they have been told to go into a darkness, to lock their doors, to hide. And essentially, those are all signs of depression. Okay. Yeah, when you don't come out, you don't want to see anybody, and you're antisocial, and oh my God, those are, you know, those key signs of depression. So people have been absolutely placed more or less to, more so in certain areas of the country versus, you know, not so in other areas of the country like Florida. So in that, the mental fatigue, the amount of energy that it has taken these people to spray everything several times a day because we have germs. Oh my God, you know, keeps germs, you know, away for 24 hours. So buy another bottle, come home and spray your fucking house down. You know, there's one particular one that you spray the stair rail going upstairs. Now, if you got home, you washed your hands, and you are antisepticized, then why are you spraying the entire house with disinfectant if you yourself have come home clean, you've washed your hands, everything's good? But if you touch something in the house because there might be a germ on it, you got to spray that some bitch because it's contagious. Okay, we'll see. I've noticed that the commercials have changed. The AT&T or whatever, the Sprint or whatever it was, with the cute little chick that's, you know, come on in and we got service and whatever. Anyway, so where they were sitting, you know, 20 feet apart talking and, hi, come in the store, with a person wearing a mask and, and having a conversation. Now they're standing in line, not even 6 feet apart or 3 feet apart, coming to see what the next deal is at the cell phone store, right? So attitude has changed in the commercials that are currently being shown, which had to have been made months ago. Okay, get this, because you just don't do a commercial today and it come out tomorrow. There's production time. You got to get people together. It's got to go through post. It's got to go this. It's got to be approved, and then it gets a stamp, and then it becomes a commercial. Okay, for live TV or whatever, right? So here's the thing. So months ago, people had already assumed that things were going to get better, and that the distancing and the commercials were going to show people in standing in line, and not necessarily everybody masked. And the one commercial I'm thinking of, I don't think anybody was masked. Okay. So in the store, in line, close to the customer counter thingy, no 5 feet. Okay, so what is that telling the people? Now, consequently, we're telling people a couple of months ago to double down and all this. So, but a couple of months ago, they made these current commercials. Are you following me? So somebody made a decision months ago to change the tone of things in commercials and other stuff, right? And it's not like it was 2 years ago. Even though the Omicron and the this one and the that one, and get your shots now and get your babies from 1 to 20. Don't leave anybody out, right? And now there are commercials. People are having fun. Only one or two people have a mask on, if any. Furniture commercials. Going to the pharmacy. The AT&T or whatever commercial that is, right? And I mean, and lots of people, exchanging this to that and that. So where's the right? So mentally they have changed this months ago. Somebody made a decision in the boards and boardrooms of advertisement and stuff. Because, like I said, none of this is just done in a day or a week or a month. No, it's got to go through all these stages before it's made and after it's made. So, people in boardrooms made a decision for us. Hey, Green, how are you? I was sociopathic already. Yes, and depending on where they were, there were some ball players that had to have they fa- they faked their affidavits, right? And they didn't actually get a shot, right? And so they were fined for it, and I think kept out of a game or two or something from the NFL. Those guys should be um, given money back. They ought to say a public apology on TV, not some commercial or something. Nah, we at the NFL wish to apologize for fining these two gentlemen, because the whole thing was a sham anyway, and it was just a way to make them look bad. You know, um, Scrooby Dooby Doo. It says there are 16 of you here. It's 1:40 a.m. in the a.m. In the a.m. time here. You're riding with Hawkeye Two Feathers and Friends. And I just want, for those of you who know who Dante is and the cause, and if you have looked at their channel and have noticed that it has been deleted, uh, there is good news. The channel is back under a slightly different name called, and I'm not going to write it down because weird things happen, but it is called The Cause Forever. Okay. So the word the cause is still there, but now it's the cause forever. Okay. And for whatever reason, the channel went down. Dakmar, and the other guy. I can never remember the two's name, but anyway, Damar and something. Anyway, but the idea is that so he's not dead and gone, and the channel is, are they ever going to post another? Have no fear. It's okay. Stay calm. And so there are a lot of folks who are having moments these days that are like, oh my God, that this person got erased. I went to look for a certain, YouTube person, Mr. Cat Eye, who did a lot of analysis and stuff. And I was like, he's gone. He's just his channel, it's wiped off out of my YouTube directory thingy as one of my subscribers. I mean, he's just gone. You know what? Can't even refer to him because his videos and everything's just gone. Okay. So at some point, I'm going to say, thank you, Bob. I want to say thank you, YouTube, because I've talked a lot of shit over these last couple of years. And the fact that I'm still here for whatever reason, thank you. I do appreciate it. But in the coming times ahead, so now that's just the COVID thing. That's just all of the things, businesses, uh, um, supply line chain, all of this stuff that has happened because of this. Okay. So I know I keep talking about it, but there are so many different areas like trucking, airlines, you know, water parks, Disney World. I mean, come on. The list is endless in all the different areas that have been affected, which has affected each and every one of us one way or the other. It just has, right? Some more than others. The anxiety, the pain, the torture, the mental torture. Now, how do we get by? What do we do in these future events? The only thing we can do, which is very basic, which is hard for a lot of people to believe, but if you have the law of one in your heart, that you can be pissed at somebody, but you don't want to kill them. You don't wish them ill will. You're just pissed at them. But if you're a good person, you'll be pissed and then you'll get over it. One way or the other, you'll work it out, or just see the that there is no value in being pissed all the time, which was a very hard lesson for me to learn. And there are some people who are still suffering and having issues with anger. And that, but this pisses me off. Okay. So, it was some kind of uh, Saint Germain, something, words of wisdom or something anyway. And it was like, it's all right to be angry because we're human beings. It's how we stay angry, what we do with the angry, and especially how long. So it was said that if you can't get it out in 15 minutes, get it out. Scream, jump up and down. Preferably don't hit walls or throw anything unless it's non volatile or, won't break anything. Or, but um, how much better you are about it. Now, with all the trouble, I'm going to use my truck. Of all the trouble that I've had in the last several months with my truck, of all the honest to God working on it, I bought a new toolbox so I could put the new tools in it I bought to work on my truck. Okay, I really needed them, but box end wrenches and stuff that were millimeter that I did not have certain sizes. Anyway, always a good investment, tools and a decent toolbox. But yeah, because I have more work to do on my truck was the reason I went ahead and invested. But one of the wrenches actually did some actually bit help. But anyway, so with that said, though, a few years ago, I'd have been cussing. I'd have been throwing wrenches across the yard. I'd have been kicking the tires. I'd have been, I would have acted totally different than I have this time around. Now, I don't have a job to go to or anything like that, but there's still stuff I want to do, right? But the fact that my anger has been like this, like son of a bitch, I thought that would work, or God dog it, man. I just knew I had it this time, and frustratedly walk around the yard or come in and smoke a cigarette or smoke one, right? And contemplate, what did I do wrong? I've got to be missing something, right? And it ended up being heat, but to the point though, um, that my anger and how I showed my how I dealt with my frustration and the surrounding things and stuff, and that finally, with patience and help from my friend, I don't know if I could have actually done it myself the way we actually ended up doing it, but to the point, and he's a hell of a lot stronger than I am. But that's what it took. But here I am after all this time. Now I got to clean things up and put other things back on tomorrow. But basically, because I got that thing loose, it's fixed. I can get the other one in, no problem. Um, and everything else that I've started and done, I just put the radiator back in because I was working on anyway. So all that stuff, I got it covered. I can do it. I have done it. But this one particular thing, thorn in my side. So in life, there are things that is a thorn in your side. Mine just happens to be this dead gum O2 sensor, on my truck. But a lot of other folks have had the same issue. Use heat, by the way, uh, and a long cheater bar on the end of a ratchet, and pull like a mofo, you know. And I mean pull. I don't mean just tug. I mean, anyway. Um, but one of the things that I understood myself in awareness of the spirit and self and of things, I realized, having worked on enough mechanics and stuff, that I was not getting enough oomph on that wrench. And I can put some oomph on a wrench. I have been known to over tighten things really easy. I don't know my own strength. But this time, but in lessons of life and spirituality, had to realize sometimes you got to call in the big guns, you know, because Robin so much, but sometimes you got to pull in the big guns. But the fact that patience is a virtue, and what the hell is a virtue? Well, let me tell you. By not getting angry, it's virtuous to your health. In other words, I didn't get sick to my stomach. My ulcers didn't act up. I didn't break anything. I don't think I've lost any tools from me chunking them across the yard, because about every time I'd get truly frustrated with the whole scenario, I'd go take a little walk around, or I would just remove myself from the situation. Now, I removed myself from the situation for 2 days because I was so frustrated, but also I didn't know what else to do. And thus, my friend Rob came by this evening and I was discussing it. Well, let me go get the torch and we'll give it a try. And there, so and that was that. But I had done everything I possibly could. I just needed a little extra hand there. But sometimes in life, there are those times when and I told him, he goes, I'd come over and help you if you, he said, I knew you was having trouble with your truck, but I didn't hear from you. I figured, you took care of it. And here I was still broke down 10 days later, right? Running out of dog food and, and things here at the house. And he's like, you should have just called me. And I was like, I know you're just down the road, but I honestly thought I could get this. So as an old person at 69 and a half, um, that there are things where I used to be able to get this kind of stuff. I was a mechanic for years, and wait a minute, how come I can't do this thing? So your patience wears thin. which gets on your nerves, which will grate against your spirit, like somebody, rubbing a balloon across glass, or, fingernails on a chalkboard, that kind of thing. So, and what has this got to do with you in the future? Everything. Fingernails on a chalkboard will drive you nuts while it's happening, but there's only so far they can go because then the chalkboard runs out. So it's only going to last. It's nasty. It hurts. It makes your spine tingle up, but they can only go so far with it. Okay, that's sort of my point about that. So if you're patient and just grit your teeth through some of this stuff, your patience will be rewarded in that you wouldn't have flown off the handle or gotten mad, or in my case, say something really asinine, stupid, and regret later on, like in the next 2 minutes. So, what do we do about the future? Let's just look at the big picture. So, at this moment, the big picture has been the issue over, you know, mandates and cards and travel and all this stuff. And all of it is now being quarantined. So that covers damn near everything on this planet. To somebody, billion billions of people have been affected. So these billions of people and their spirits have been subdued. And the fight to regain their spirit, their freedom, their whatever's right, has been uplifting in that we ain't going to take this no more. No, I might hate my neighbor, but we agree on this. I mean, it has brought people from opposite sides of the aisle together because they realize it's a sham and they've been bamboozled. So, there are Democrats who are going, never Biden instead of a never Trumper. They're a never a Biden or something, right? And that I'm sorry, but there again, there were those of us who said, "We told you so. Weren't you paying attention?" I'm sorry, you think I'm an old, conspiracy theorist, old hippie dude down here in the woods, but some of us were right about some of this stuff, and I'm not trying to cram it in your face, but now that you see it for yourself, I don't have to cram it in your face. You see it and you're pissed off by yourself. I'm just going to sit over here and go, I tried to warn you. And not that I was right, but, me and a lot of you folks, we tried to warn them, our friends, our family, we tried to warn them. And if they didn't listen, it ain't our fault. Well, it ain't our, and we can't take blame for this. So there are going to be some people who are going to wake up and go, why didn't you make me listen? And we're just going to have to go because you were so emphatic about you were right and that you knew and that I just didn't want to argue with you. I love you. And if you're going to believe what you believe and I just didn't see any point in fighting with you all the time and being mad. So I just, dropped the subject. And that's what we need to do with some of this stuff. But now that the air is literally changing and folks are just like, what? We need to stay with what we know. What do we know? The basics. I'm always talking about it, the core value. Do you practice the law of one? Forget the 10 Commandments. Screw that. Three or four of them are all about God or, going to church on Sunday or whatever. And they can't even they're not even sure what that was. So, but that's ambiguous at best. But it's what the leaders tell you to do. So, well, what do we do about this? Are you still being true to yourself? Are you trying to fake it to you, your family, to other folks? Are you trying to put on airs that you're better than other people? When in the law of the universe, that everything is equal in the eyes of the Creator. None shall stand up higher or lower. Now, I would say there are some really evil mother truckers that, Hitler kind of, gassed the Jews and that kind of stuff. That maybe, they don't get a really good, clean life the next time around. That somehow their spirit must suffer for the suffering that was caused, okay? What if, in the cosmic realm of things, and we might should consider some of this stuff in that, and like for me, I have been called a heyoki for many years, and I am the trickster. I am when people are low, I come in and tell a joke. When people are laughing too much, I come in and make sure that they remember to be somber when it's necessary. So too many times, too many places, too many people have called me a heyoki, and I've accepted it, right? Because it just don't work to argue with these folks about it, uh, especially when they're medicine men and elders. But with that said, though, sometimes some of us are sent here to instigate, like Coyote. Okay, so not necessarily kill, 100 million Jews to make a point, but that um, maybe somehow the idea was to control or whatever, and that maybe Hitler's job was to do exactly what he did, to prove to the world and to humanity how cruel humans can be to one another. I mean, I know that sounds crappy, bad, and all that, but in this idea of God in the Bible, he sent locusts and plagues and stuff on people all the time, and floods, and hey, let's kill off, these folks over here. Um, okay, for whatever reason, right? So let's just say Hitler was on a plan from God to be as cruel as it turned out to be, for the people of the world to go, wake the fuck up. There are crazy people standing right next to you, And now I don't mean that, is it a good thing? Well, right now, them folks with the, remember now, this is 2022, and I'm not trying to freak you out or nothing, but these folks are now talking very energetically about Agenda 2030. Okay, so their plan ain't over. They ain't gave up. Okay, pay attention. All right, but this thing with the mandate and the people and all of the people who stood up for it and what they did and how they cajoled and mind wiped and butt fucked a lot of folks, right, during this time. Oh, these next 8 years ain't might not be, you know. People are having serious discussions about a carbon tax. What? There are politicians who fly on private jets and stuff and everything because they can't fly with the rest of us, and so forth. And they're talking about pollution and carbon tax, and come on. When they're farting and they've got enough hot air coming out of their fucking mouth to pollute the a lot of area, right? So it's going to be a hard sell, whatever the cabal has up their sleeve, if they intend to get what they have discussed about Agenda 2030, the population decrease, the this, the that, the blah, blah, blah. And they ain't having such good luck. Now they're trying to start up. If you noticed, the COVID thing went and the Russia thing went. So they traded one for the other. Now, why would they do that? Well, because 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, advertisers sat down and said, you know, we're going to just start making normal commercials again with people not wearing masks and no social distancing and welcome, come back in, way before this other change has happened. So the change started somewhere this last summer, okay, and has progressed into commercials now, all right, and other social things that have happened. The restaurants are, come on in, our dining rooms are open now. Okay, when 2 months ago they were like, well, we can't let anybody in with the Omicron, and well, come on in. So um, if ET shows up next month, like they're really pushing, like, nah, it's this year. Huh, really? Okay. No, no, man, really, it's this year. Yeah, all right. No, 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 no. I mean, really, it's going to be this year. Okay. But we mean it. We talked about it, but this year. All right, we'll see. But now with all the COVID stuff and all this other stuff, right? All the things associated with it, ET shows up on the White House lawn. It's 2:02 a.m. this Thursday morning. You're riding with Hawkeye and friends, aka David Null, down here in Southwest Georgia, where it's like a balmy 42 degrees outside and clear as a bell. It was beautiful outside. Yeah, even my little thing down here at the bottom. Country starting dropping. Yeah, absolutely. Right, project and Alex. They're waking up really quick and in a way that I don't think they were. Some of the folks who woke up are like, wait a minute, I just woke up. They're like stunned. Like Geraldo and how Whoopi Goldberg were by getting they were stunned and shocked. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So, um, there are a lot of folks that have been on the fence, like Tracy, if she's still here, high in the background. You don't have to come back on just, but as she mentioned, I think it was Tracy. Anyway, whoever said they had to do it uh, to keep their job because they worked in the healthcare. It's going to be danged interesting to see how this plays out. And there are some folks who are literally calling for blood. I mean, like, these politicians should pay for the lies they told us, for the people who died, and for the loved ones that we couldn't see at their last. I mean, they're really pissed. They want to start litigation. Now, just getting over the whole, well, it ain't as scary as we told you 2 years ago kind of thing. And here we are, and we're kind of sorry it worked out this way, but no more. Other people have got a totally different attitude about that. Now, spiritually, there's a lot of people that are going to have to do a lot of forgiving if they want to move forward, if they want to keep their energy from going batshit crazy and berserk on them. Because to finish a thought of 15 minutes ago about core value, that core value is what sustains you always. Am I working for the good side or am I working for the devil? Well, I ain't working for the devil, so I must be working for the good side. Well, that's a big one right there, straightened out, everything. You know, somebody had asked me a couple of weeks ago something about, well, if I think this way, am I being evil? And I was like, well, to want to do bodily harm, or if you want to chop a person up into tiny little pieces because it's fun, you might be a little on the evil side. You might be a little twisted, Jeffrey. Uh, but then there's the guy that I knew, that there's only, I think, two people that I've known in this lifetime that it, at I could have killed them. Okay. And one of them was, actually the other one was too, was pedo, and like the little kids and all that kind of stuff. And I had my hands around this man's throat, and I was ready to choke him to living death on the spot and dump him in the dumpster he was standing beside. Because unless there was a picture or somebody saw me, nobody would have ever known it was me. And that old man just had an accident, fell in the dumpster. But there are folks who just like, wow, I wonder what it would be like to kill this person. Or, wow, I really hate that son of a bitch. If I had a gun, I'd shoot him, if that motherfucker ever crossed me, I'd just kill him. It'd be, I mean, there are conversations like that way too much by people who really don't really mean it, but they're mad enough to where they would consider thinking about it. You know what I mean? Premeditated murder, like I'd chop that some bitch into pieces and throw him in a swamp. Okay, that's kind of premeditated. Don't say that loudly in a big open place with a lot of witnesses. Here, everybody take a picture of this guy. He just, you know, he wants to chop his neighbor up into gator pieces, so into gator chunks for the gator to eat. Never mind. Um, so for people who seem to think that the only way to spiritualism is through a book, whether it be the Bhagavad Gita, whether it be the Bible, whether it be Sumatrian text, whether it be Greek Orthodox to the Russians, or Catholics, or Buddha, or Islam. Uh, it doesn't matter, because it's just a book. Yeah, but it's the words of Allah. Okay, or so they say. No, it's the words of. Are you sure? Well, that's what they. If you believe in Islam, then you believe that those are the words of Allah. Well, I've been told by folks from two different sides that that the Bible was the basis for that book, but if you tell too many people, they want to chop your head off. And that's the Catholics. So, um, did you get that one? Pay attention. Class, class, class. Anybody remember that one? Fire Sign Theater, if you're looking it up. So, we got a 20 coming up here shortly. So, the things for the future, how do we adapt? Well, right now, each of us could make up our own mind, because for each of us, we've each been affected by the whole sham bam thank you ma'am thing, right? And what are we going to do about it? How are we going to react as a collective? Depends on how many people want to get back at these sons of bitches and want to do litigation. And I think they ought to give out a $10,000 rebate check to everybody who was affected by this. And for all these people with giant wads of money that make oodles and boodles and off of us and everything, that they should give up their salaries and pay back. Just my humble opinion. But that sounds like a a socialist. I would call that justice. Biatch, you know. Ooh, that was a good oyster right there. Yum. That came from a long way down. So, um, our spiritualness. So, people are seeing the apocalypse. I mean, oh my God, not Pastor Paul, but him too. But this other pastor that I keep up with, and a couple of, um, I say small time pastors, they have their own congregation or flock or whatever. And that's cool. I mean it. But this one dude, he's like, oh, another update on the rapture. Now, he does this daily, sometimes twice a day, to urgent update on the rapture. Now, he's done this now for at least the last 2 years. Every day, the rapture's here. Every day, update, rapture. Well, wait a minute. Wait. In the evening, it's rapture update versus update, rapture, change the words around slightly. And the poor guy is just like, him and 144 something are going to go. And they, put on your best shoes, because, you don't want to see, God don't want to see you in sandals in heaven. Wait a minute, didn't Jesus wear sandals? But we won't go there. Yeah, but they weren't tailor made. Well, maybe Taylor didn't make them, but somebody made them. So did Jesus wear a thong under his robes? Or was he commando style under his kilt? You know, what? What are you talking about, Jesus that way? Well, if you can't take a joke, you know, and from what I understand, that Jesus had a pretty good sense of humor. Hey Peter, get out of the boat, walk across the water with me. Come on, you can do it. Sink or swim, bitch. Oh my God, I'm doing Bible jokes, but you gotta have a sense of humor. I mean, the guys on the beach should have been laughing their ass off. Like, is he getting out on the boat? Is he like going to walk across the water? Hey, Jesus, we know you can do it, but Peter, come on. He's overweight. He doesn't really believe you. He's got this prophecy where he's going to, renounce you 3 times. I mean, what? Give a guy a break. Let John over there do it. Ask Simon. Ask Matthew. Hey, Mark, you're a small frame guy. Maybe he could walk across the waves with Jesus. How they call that surfing. Anyway, is that blasphemy? I mean, was Jesus like this solemn dude all the time? Like, I'm Jesus. To be with my Father. I mean, seriously. I mean, like the Dalai Lama is supposed to be like the spiritual dude, right? But he ain't sitting around going all the time neither, right? He's watching TV, picking his nose, and eating Cheetos. So there are a lot of people who are looking for faith, and you gotta look honestly, be on their side when you go, have faith in what? Well, you don't have faith in your government, because they done lied to you and cheated you and stole from you. Well, what about Catholic Church? Well, there are so many people who are against the Pope and the Vatican at the moment, and have been for years. But the movement within the Catholic Church is there's going to be, it ain't going to be the Roman Catholic Church. It's going to be the Roman Orthodox Church, like the Russian Orthodox Church, or because they want to go back to the Latin Mass. They want to go back to the traditional thing back before 1964 and the Ecumenical Council, the second Ecumenical Council. So they want to go back to that. Many churches have told Pope Francis to go suck a big one, and which he probably does anyway. But the idea that there are too many priests and nuns who talked about the vile, vicious, uh, you know, um, I almost had his name, the Irish guy that was on Coast to Coast all them years back and wrote all them books about the Vatican. There was a lot of truth in that stuff. Uh, and and other folks like Leo Zagami over there in Italy and Rome and so forth, and his family and the real stuff that's going on over there, right? And folks just don't pay him no attention. So, but the fact that this is coming to light, the people of the Catholic faith who want to retain their faith, but without current changes in the Catholic Church and what Francis is putting out. No, 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 no. They want to go back to the old days, and which is what, like Dante has said, and some other I have believed for a long time myself in my research is that the Russian Orthodox Church is the closest, and they ain't it, but they're the closest to like the original religion kind of thing. And then they had to split Constantinople, Byzantine Empire, Roman Empire, and then the Romans took it over and turned it into quote the Roman Catholic Church. So, and then in 1964, they made the changes and everything, and they turned the audience and this, and it started speaking English. All the stuff changed. And over the years, from what I've talked and heard from other people, is like there was a longtime Irish Catholic who literally walked into a church and said, what is this? This ain't a Catholic mass. What the hell's wrong with you people?" And told the whole congregation that and he walked out. But so what the Catholic Church is now and what it was. So I've had, uh, you know, I've got a lot of Catholic friends because I went to Catholic church and all, graduated Tampa Catholic, so a lot of Catholic in there. But to see that my Catholic friends are still basically good people, they think with their hearts and their soul. My good friend who is, had come on early in the morning, and some of you saw her, Miss Kathy, and she just wanted to check in because I didn't make it to our reunion this year, and I hadn't, been on Facebook, and she came on and checked in, said hi to everybody that was in the chat room at the time, and so there, I still do have dear friends within that are quote Catholic. But now, whether they're really on board with the new stuff, they want to be Catholic, but they're waffling on this stuff. When last time I went to a mass, I said, No, I went out of here. No, 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 no. It was weird. It was crazy. No, 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 no. So to have gone to an old mass, where the priest was doing the normal stuff, and I was an altar boy, I would have volunteered to be his altar boy. You know what I'm saying? But to go to the new masses now, no. I'd rather go to a Wiccan, ceremony, honestly, than to go to Catholic mass now. It's weird. So what does that mean in the long run? Where people have been taught so long in society that you must have a religion in order to be spiritual. There, you can't be spiritual without it. And so, in this day and time where people are so stressed with what should I do, they're confronted with spirituality because their mental brain, which affects their spiritual brain, is going wacko. So they feel like, man, I really need to get a connection. But should I join this church? Should I do this? Should I do that? Oh my God, there's two of them at the same time. Hey, Julianne. Oh, is it 5:20 there? Oh, it is. Yep. And I'm going to join you. So, in this great big conundrum of stuff, don't let it rattle you. You still being a good person? Yeah. You still helping out where you can? Yeah. Are you still, are you getting rid of the hate, for other people? Or, it's okay to be mad, but keep it short and get over it. Move on, right? We can't be carrying this anger with us no matter what. Is it validated? Is it, the answer is yes. But if we're angry all the time, then we can't find any joy in what we do. And we can't find any joy in life. And a lot of people have had, great big alterations in their lifestyle in the last couple of years. Some of them to the good, some of them not so good. But, everybody's learned a lesson at some point, right? We learned a lot about trust, who we can trust, which is each other, and who we can't trust, which is them, kind of believe it at that. Now, let me cough again. Boy, that goes all the way down. Ooh wee. There are those to this point. I want to do a separate video about this, but there are some folks out there, a lot of them actually, to where everything is a demon. Everything is the cabal. Everything is the this. Everything is the Rothschilds. Everything is the Jews. Everything. They got these folks that they get it in their brain that is, listen, it's all of the above and then some. And there are just some people who are just fucking greedy. And they will do anything to have more than the next guy. Period. Are they cold hearted bastards or bitches? Yeah. But they're still loving their heart for something. They love business. They love what they do. So, but is their love a little bit on the perverted side? Yeah. But are there some good CEOs? Yes. Are there some crazy CEOs who all it is about profit? Yeah. The CEO that took over the company that I worked for, okay, where 800 Americans lost their jobs to Mexico, and all the things and repercussions that it did down here in South Georgia, and all the lives and the people that it affected, right? Oh, so we gave a bunch of Mexicans some work. Well, a lot of them are still jumping the fences and coming up here and living anyway. So we sent them our jobs down there anyway. So still a little angry about that, yeah. Um, and there were large corporations and individuals who were and it was a Pakistani Indian person who was the CEO, who they paid $4 million a year, cut his salary, bitch, and keep our jobs in America. But anyway, so some folks are just damn greedy. Some folks, it's all about the bottom line. It's all about the dollar. It's all about the profit. And it doesn't matter. People are just, machines, right? Like Um, uh, you know, Sotomayor said, we're just machines, and when we're in the workplace, that there are people, CEOs and companies, that's all their workers are. That there is no meaning to them. And then there are some other companies who were based on sort of mom and pop, like Harley Davidson back in the day. They used to do profit sharing. So whenever the company made above a certain profit, the profit was shared across the board. I worked for a couple of companies way back in the day. They don't do profit sharing anymore. If they did, they would get people to stay working for them. They would be people, that would do good work because they would share. Not only would they get their salary, but they would share in the profit of the company. How hard is that? So you want good workers? Okay, then profit share with them. You still make your money, you still make your profit, but anything over a certain line, you share it with the rest of the employees. Your better product, your scrap rate goes down, your efficiency goes up, you make a better product overall, and the company makes more money. It's been proven. But it's been also proven that companies that are taken over by certain CEOs and certain contracts or whatever, profit sharing is, on the decline. It worked really well back in the day. Greed. So it's not the company, but it is the greed of the company or of the people who run the company or what they think is, quote, profitable, right? So is that have anything to do with the cabal? I don't think this guy that was the CEO of our company um, was part of the cabal, but was he part of an elite group of people who think companies? And he came from India, okay, where people are nothing. There's a caste system. And so he was of the upper caste, the upper crust. And anything below him is just like the people in India. We could be living in dirt streets and pooing in the corner on the street, right? So he doesn't care because where he lived and grew up, people are just a dime a dozen, literally. And this, yeah, enjoy always. Absolutely. Thank you, Julianne. Absolutely. So, yeah, moron. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of more. Uh, a lot of moronic things are being showed. Um, what money? Yeah, we all lost really good jobs. What money? It went out the window. But, my point is that there are people in whatever positions all around the world who think of us peons. If you're not a Harvard graduate, then you are nothing, if you don't, but, there are those people. And there's some certain Southerners and certain Southern groups. And if you don't fit their criteria, then I'm sorry, sir, but you just don't belong and won't belong, no matter how hard you try, sir. You will never be a part of our organization. Okay, I get it. And when you hear enough of that, you go, don't want to. Local country club, for example. I just wanted to play golf. How much does it cost to get in the country club? Well, first you have to do this, and then you have to have that, and then you got to have these references. And I was like, I just want to play golf. And I figured if I joined the country club, which, had done so in a couple of other places down in Tampa, in area, and joined the country club and hi, how you doing? And you got, a cut on the greens fees because you were a member, right? So I just, that's all I was, oh no, it was going to be like $1,000 a year to join. And then so much like the greens fees weren't you really didn't get a break. And I was like, so why do I want to join the country club, right? I just wanted to play golf, you know. Eh. And so I don't know how it is up north or other places, but there is, honest to God, the country club set. I'm golf, they got tennis courts, maybe a swimming pool, but it's the country club set. Now it ain't like Las Vegas or California, but honey, they got their country club set down here. Now, so and they won't hire black people too much because they want poor white folk to work for them. Okay, that's how you can get you can get colored help anywhere, but to get a poor white boy or poor white girl to come work for you, now that's demeaning. You know what? Yeah, that's how these people think. But anyway, times have changed, but not a whole lot. There are still them people that do the country club. So, in the grand scheme of the universe and of the world, there are people who just fit in those kind of things, and and that important that their kid go to the right school and will do whatever it takes for them to go to this whatever school it is because it's prestigious, and that they have to go there because it's prestigious. And who really gives a shit, right? Because in the eyes of the Creator, we are all equal in the end, right? So what's all this fluff about? But for those people, who have, to those young ladies that have these big cotillions where they all dress up in gowns and do the ball thing and and but you know, to do the cotillion thing. Oh my God. It's sort of like bar mitzvahs, Okay. Wow, you're gonna get your weenie whacked, and hey, we're gonna celebrate, you little putz, you. So, but but in all things, like I've known some of my dear friends were Jewish, and their kids still are, um, but mom and pop have both passed away. But some dear friends of mine, Ron and Elaine Shank, to mention them in absolutely positively ways, but very spiritual people, very loving people, caring people, helped me out in times when I helped them out in times, and over the many years that we knew each other, Elaine and I were in several musicals and comedies together and on stage. She was absolutely delightful to work with, and had a lot of fun, made a lot of people laugh over the years. And but the idea of spiritualism, so it was they were Jewish, but they were accepting of people because if they were true to heart, if they were true to themselves, if they were a good person, and true to heart, then it didn't matter who they were, where they were from, what their background was. If they're at present and their future thoughts were to be helpful at work and community and family and friends and all that kind of stuff, then, they were right with you regardless. And so over my many years of being 69 and a half, gotta keep throwing that in there, that there have been absolutely wonderful people who were religious in their own way, but they were spiritual without the religion, if that makes any sense. Uh, Sister Helene was Catholic. She was a Dominican nun, but above and beyond her habit, her order, and you know, she was a delightful, sweet person. You know, she was a hard nose in school, and everybody like, "Ooh, Sister Lean, ooh," yeah, stay away from her. And when you got to really know her, she was. I still talk about her. after all these years because she had such a good influence on my life. She, if you just want to be good and you do good things, then you're good. you know, why complicate it? Well, what about Jesus? Well, what about him? Well, he was a good man. He tried to show people. Well, then if you want to be like Jesus, then just do your best. Help people, feed hungry people when you need them, or clothe them if they need it. If you have a talent, put it on top of the basket. Don't put it under the basket and hide your light. No, shine your light for all to see. These are just simple, basic, guess what? Confucianism and Buddhism and, so Native American thrown in there. Or Native, I will say, not just Native American, but Native peoples and beliefs. So where do we go with this? Well, Native people still believe, as I have learned to believe even stronger now after all these years at 69 and a half. And oh, by the way, I will officially, I think it's in March, will have been here on my property for 40 years. That's should have a party for that one. But so what do we expect for the future? Here's one thing you can absolutely count on 100%. It's going to change. You're going to have to adapt to whatever the current way of thinking is. But I would ask you to look at commercials and some things and how people's reactions to mask and distancing, even on the television shows and especially in commercials, you have to think it takes 6 months for them to do the production, the thinking, the ad, the this, the that, get it through all the chains for it to actually air. All right. I have worked with production crews and stuff before, and big time companies and ad companies, they might be able to do it in 3 months, but still, that's 3 months. So if the change of heart that's showing up now, it's important. They thought about this 3 months ago or further back. Just keep that in mind, okay? Why is this change? Why are these? They thought they planned making everybody stay so many feet apart. Now all of a sudden it's okay. And they thought about this 6 months ago. Keep that in mind. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Because they have planned all this, you see, on so many levels, right? What they didn't expect was supply line. I talked about this in some videos way back about, the what they call just in time and how bad it has been on the industry across the boards. And before we ever had uh, the COVID thing, I talked about that just in time was destined to fail, and that if there was ever a catastrophic failure anywhere along the line, that there would be catastrophic results. And that's what we're finding. Well, certain things on the shelf at the local stores just ain't there. Other things, a bunch, plenty of stock. So, is the supply line being changed or affected and so forth? Absolutely. There are times when there won't be any fresh milk in two or three of the small stores around here, like Dollar General, but there won't be any milk for a week in any of the stores. And you ask when's milk? Well, he was supposed to been here, 2 days ago, and he still ain't here, but he promises to be here tomorrow. And 2 days later, they still ain't got a shipment of milk in. So there are things that have been disrupted big time. We got a bread factory in Thomasville, and just down the road, 15 miles, they're out of bread from guess where? The bakery. It don't make sense. Why are the shelves empty? It's the bakery's 15 miles from here. It ain't like you can't get it here. So For me, I will be plainly honest with you. I have an evil giggle and a grin when I see, because I was very much involved with our company that I worked for with this just in time and making it work for us, our supply and demand, and how much we had to have. I was involved in all of that with a $375 million profitable company. That ain't how much we grossed every year. That was the profit we made every year. Yeah, we did good work. But the just in time was, we had a warehouse full of stock. So if anything happened, all we had to do was drive over to the warehouse and bring it over, and we could keep the plant running. Just in time said, nope, you got to take the warehouse and get rid of it because it's a cost. It's an over cost. So, but our problem was, if we didn't get our product, like we made spark plug wires, if we didn't get wire in from the companies for whatever reason, sometimes they were having problems getting supplies to make the wire. And then as soon as they make the wire, the truck was something and couldn't get it to us. And it was a week later, we were out of wire. So we couldn't make product for Ford. Okay. And we couldn't make product for Chrysler, and they don't take kindly to that shit when you shut down an entire assembly line because we don't have wire to make spark plugs wires for their engines. They get pissed, okay? And a lot of workers all over the plant, because having been inside one of the engine plants up there in, oh crap, right across the bridge from Detroit, um, the big Ford engine plant there. You got to shut that place down. Oh, we talking big bucks here, So, but now that, because of all of the above, these last couple of years and so forth, the fact that this mindset 15 years ago of how everything's going to be, we're going to deliver it. It'll be just in time. Well, when you need it, we'll bring it. Well, but sometimes if you're making potato chips and you don't have enough potatoes, you can't make any chips. So you're going to sell them to the store, but now a product that you expect to be there, whoops, suddenly ain't there. Why? Because their supply chain broke down. The farmer's truck broke down. He didn't have enough workers to get the taters out of the field. He didn't get them to the tater chip factory. I mean, all this is relevant. And so all these different changes is affecting all of us. Now, it is COVID related in that that's what affected the supply chain difference. I saw the failure in the supply chain back in 2002 when they were implementing it across the board through the automotive industry. So this just in time. So what I'm explaining about this, what do we have to look forward to in the future? This, okay? It has been disrupted on so many different levels. Product missing here, someone there. You out of here? Okay. And super screen, you want to go to Mar-a-Lago? There ain't nothing down there I want to go to. I'd rather come to your house, Barry. But anyway, Florida does not impress me. You know, must be the reason why they call it gross. Gross product. But anyway, but in the supply chain of things, what do we have to look forward to in the future? It's going to be disrupted some more because it got so disrupted. They have to figure a way out of this. And they had things barely working before we went into this. Okay. So it was borderline not working. It just was kicking along, and they were a lot of times they were missing a product. Maybe I by only a couple of days, but this just in time was actually late a lot of time. So, but there was enough product in all the different areas that if this product was a little slow, it wasn't noticeable. But now all of these supply chains have been affected for all different kinds of reasons, from all the way back to China to all the different places in between. Why did we have a toilet paper, thingy? I not a clue. You know what I mean? Plenty of paper products on the shelves now. Has anything really changed? Not really. I'm just saying. So our future depends on us, quite literally, because whatever is going on out there, Trump's a clone. Probably. He's also supposedly one of a certain alien race too, Julie. But that's another story. There are times when I see Boris Yeltsin in his hair, and I go, "Is he like UK's clone of Trump?" It's almost like they weren't the same mold, but similar. You're like, what? you know. Every time I see a picture of Yeltsin, old Boris, I'm like, but his speech the other day about, getting rid of the restrictions and all, I was like, he might look crazy. And right now, there are a lot of people that think he's crazy, but right on, brother. I don't care what your hair looks like. You done good right there, So, green screen. Yeah, and so has the Pope been green screened quite a few times. Have you seen that one, Julie, where the Pope is comes out to the window there at the Vatican and he's waving and he steps up on this box and he's waving and he does his thing and he turns around and he's walking off and he takes one step down and takes the like one more step and he just disappears. I mean, he doesn't walk on through the arch, just disappears. It's funnier than hell. It's a little weird. Oompa loompa on a green screen. Yep. I'm on a creepy kush. I got my brand for this evening, at least the last one was Kandahari's bush kush. I don't know. Anyway, I got the giggles. But so there are a lot of people who obviously are still talking fear porn, whatever this craziness energy or whatever is going on right now with there are so many folks that are still on this we're all going to die tomorrow, like okie dokie, but no, we're all going to die tomorrow. Okay, no, Dave, we're all going to die tomorrow. Okay, now I can remember I went through a period of time. I was reflecting on it the other day, and I was like, some of my friends still won't talk to me because back in about 2013, 14, in my visions and revelations, and I warned people, I said, things are going to get tough. You're not going to know it. Things are going to change. And here we are. My warnings and what I discussed with them, I wrote it down like 5 or 6 pages of stuff, and what there was going to be fires, that there were going to be um, volcanoes, and there was going to be a this and that. And I just told some close friends and I warned them. I said, look, for whatever it means to you, I love you. You're my second family. But, there's going to be a time coming up, but I honestly can't tell you when, but it feels like sooner than later, right? That's all I could tell them. But everything I told at that time has come true at this point. So my own personal prophecies, like I said, I've only shared with a few people, have almost all come true basically. And not that I wanted them to, but the fact that, the food shortages and the different things and pollution factors and stuff. And like down here in the South, we've lost all these fish and things, and because of all the chicken manure that has gotten into our streams, and how the streams have changed, and just all of the above, on on just local wildlife and so forth, the changes that have come about in the last 15 years, the last 10 years especially. So my predictions in those dreams that I had back then, and downright visions, and some of them I've talked about the four, the braves on horseback, that was included in that. But to my warning to friends and family was, learn how to get back to stuff, learn how to make do with just a little, learn how to stock up a little bit, not necessarily prep, but have extra, versus have to go to the store every other day because you don't have any groceries. That's just plumb stupid. I got enough groceries here in the house to last a while, especially if at my knowing that a basic survival level is one can of some kind of food every day. Now you can add two cans together and make a stew or something, but you can make that last for 2 days, and you can sustain yourself on that. And you won't overeat, plan your meals right, whatever. But to the point though, um, this idea that there are people who eat one or two cans of something every meal, and I eat one or two cans a day, maybe, you know, and with a sandwich or something. But to the point though, so I'm still healthy. I'm still here at 69 and a half. So this idea that we have to have bacon and eggs and toast and stuff is just nonsense. Okay, the the pyramid of health and all this and how much we need and we require. That's just over the many years. That's just bullshit. Okay, so people are eating way more than they need. They're eating the wrong stuff when people are telling them it's the right stuff. Drink distilled water all the time. No, it saps everything. If you drink distilled water, it will sap the minerals from you like a sponge, and you will pee them out or sweat them out. No, please don't do that. I mean, all this stuff that's supposed to be healthy for people, when if you just study basic science, basic chemical reactions, and so forth, you go, wait a minute, it's the same thing like with the virus. The virus is too small for a cloth mask to stop it. So it's just not worth it. So basic science, basic understanding, basic common sense. But when you listen to other people who think for you, and then you're disappointed later on that they fucking lied to you. But he told me I believed him. He said he was a doctor, Dr. Fouki or Fucky or whatever his name is, right? He said if we did it like this, we'd be okay. But he's wrong too, right? Yeah, right, wrong, wrong. Okay. So common sense, that's what we need to carry on with us in the future. Because if we haven't learned enough lessons in these last couple of years, uh, guess what? Then just you ain't gonna learn nothing. Then I guess you know what I mean. No offense, but never mind. If you don't understood, if you didn't understood what I just said, never mind. But whatever lessons we've learned and will continue, these next few months are just going to be damned interesting. And I just keep the faith, brothers and sisters. How it's going to turn out, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to work better for us than against us, because we will have freed ourselves of this. But they're going to try to sell war with Russia really bad. Okay, and they have dropped. My point about this They 6 months ago they started with commercials making to drop the how bad the virus thing, but now over the last few months they've ramped up the Russia Ukraine thing. The the Ukraine is part of Russia, the republic. It's like a big state, like Texas is to the United States. Okay, and maybe in one true factor, the Russia is a better republic than the United States. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bullshit, right? So there was listening to another program the other day, and they were discussing Russia, and they said, I made comment about this too, which I found was interesting. That I was listening to somebody of quote importance who agreed with me and almost like repeated word for word in a certain way. I said, and he said also, he said the Russian people are very, very um, patriotic in a way that it would make most Americans sick, because the Russian, and for me, I equate it to Native Americans and how they feel about the Mother Earth. That, Mother Russia is like, oh my God, to Native Americans, the Mother Earth. Where Americans like, ooh, America, yay, ooh, flag, flag, patriot. And it's not the same. It is not the same. And he said the same thing. And it was like that, you know, um, so for people to think that the Russians are trying to take over, no, the Russian people have a feeling for their country. And the Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, which has been demolished, and the Russian Republic, like America is supposed to be a republic. They have probably better elections than we do. You know, they didn't elect Biden. We did. And Putin's about my age. And I think he was born on October 1st or something around. So he's a Libra as well. And I've listened to Putin's speeches, and Dante has shown things about Putin. But in my own watching of Russian and interpretation and the way he reacts and stuff, it's like he ain't stupid. Oh, he was with the KGB, but you got to forget all that. You got to listen to the guy. Literally, listen to what he's saying. He's not talking d- babble, double talk, and you can understand him versus our prez. What a mistake that has been, right? But everybody's learned a lesson. So, what's coming up in February? They say February the 1st is event day, blink of light, and we're all going to be like, what? And so the reaction is going to take a little while for it to kick in, supposedly, and then ET's supposed to land. We'll see. I'm still skeptical. When I love it to see it happen, absolutely. Um, I would like to at least bump elbows with my, outer space family that I know I got because of my life and different things. But, um, you know, they probably don't want my germs, and I might not want theirs. We may honestly not be compatible. There was an interesting phrase by somebody that said something about, and I noticed it recently too. Uh, about a week or so ago, clear blue skies. I mean, it was gorgeous, right? that cobalt blue sky looked up and was like, oh man. And 30 minutes later there were all kinds of crisscross spraying over the whole place. And I was like, I thought this, you know, the chemtrails was supposed to be over, you know. And I mean, they was heavy duty, man. I mean, and quick, came in from the west. And what the hell, right? And then a comment was made in two different places that ET said that the reason that they were spraying here recently was to get rid of the COVID. And I went, what? Because it hasn't been every day. Today, the sky in between clouds was blue. You didn't see anything higher up that was spray. So but I was like, that's I didn't ask the question. I asked the question a week ago and went, why are they spraying when it's been clear? And they said no more spraying. It's all over with. Blah blah blah. Nothing to worry about here. What they're spraying something to counteract COVID. And I went, no, that's just freaky. I asked, but it came in over here. You know what I mean? So, and I thought, well, okay, I would rather believe that than they're trying to kill us. But, this is 2022. And if them folks who want Agenda 30 to happen, but I think that the human population has just said, you know, um, we won't be fooled again, anyway, that for all the things that have transpired, I think they're literally going to have to get out a gun and just mow a bunch of us down if they want to depopulate the planet. Because they have tried several times in many different ways and they ain't succeeded. And we ain't buying the war. We ain't buying the civil war they tried to start here in the United States. They're still going to try that, but it ain't working. People are buying guns more and more. But there are people going, but I don't want to shoot nobody, but ain't nobody going to break in on me. I ain't going to take no shit on my property. So they are being defensive. And in doing so, they are standing up for their rights. So all this gun buying and thingy and stuff, that's people saying, listen, I'm standing up for myself. And why are people so scared of that? It ain't the guns. It's what the guns are making the people feel. The people are feeling empowered that, somebody break into my place, I got my gun. If somebody tried to hurt my kid, I got my, you know what I mean? Where before they didn't have that. And a lot of people are taking it very serious. They're going to gun clubs, they're going and shooting properly, they're taking training, especially the women. But that it's not a fly by night. I'm going to just buy a gun. I'm going to buy me a 38 special, and that's going to be that. And I'll put a cap in your ass. Now that still goes on, but the vast majority of guns and people and so forth, they're taking this shit seriously. Like two of my friends, their daughters, they bought them guns, shotguns, lightweight 20 gauge, but to the point, brought them shotguns for Christmas. What? Yeah, that's Southern for you. But it ain't necessarily to kill. That's we're going to be setting up some targets. I got my air rifles that I purchased uh, for a late birthday and early Christmas present. But you know, out here in the woods, we're going to set up targets, and I even got a little wheel so I can gauge how many feet it is between the targets from certain points, right? And set up sort of like a golf course but with an air rifle. So there'll be a target at 50 yards and you have to hit it right, bling, and then you walk over to it or you go to another spot and look to your right or like a golf course, and there'll be another target that'll be 100 yards. Okay. So all of these targets down in the woods will be placed in such a way that you can go plink at it with an air rifle. And so my friend Rob, who helped me, God bless him, helped me get that thing off my truck. I'm so proud of that. I will have my truck back in a day. I'll get her done now, buddy. Uh, I'd have had it if I could have got that some bitch loose though. Anyway, thank you all for putting up with me. I do love you all. I know that Travis the Brick had sent me a comment like, "Where are you?" And I have been busy recently. Universal love, do no harm. Absolutely, that way, love, free energy, and sharing our gifts and talents is all we need. Yep. Here's one of the things, and I agree with you that way. And you too, Julie, in that there's giving and then there are, how do I put this? I want to use this term, but then I want to explain it. They're false givers. And what I mean by that, there are some people who give with so much love in their heart, it's almost hard to take the gift, okay? Because there's so much that comes with it. You're almost afraid of it. And I mean that in a loving way, I do. But then there are people who are like, well, I want you to have this. Okay. And I thought about you and I want you to have this. And what they give you is something is like, it's almost like an attempt at something. And I have scratched my head and went, all right. As much fun as my sister and I had over the summer with medicinal plants, and she can't pronounce medicinal, so she says all kinds of other stuff. It's funny as hell. We love to. It was bitchy at first. It's now become this wonderful joke. And she sent me these two small pamphlet type books on medicinal plants and stuff and health and so forth. And she sent them to me for Christmas. So, but then people who think they're like giving me something of value, and it's like, oh, well, gee whiz, that's nice. And then you go, so they gave it to you, but it somehow it was genuine, but at the same time, it kind of felt fake or false, you know? And not everybody's like that. Don't get me wrong. But there's like my next door neighbors. Oh my God. Miss Sheila and Rick over there, bring me supper over here and all kinds of stuff. But I'm like, that's that's beyond love. Okay. And Miss Sheila, if you watch this, I love you, dear. One of these, we need to get together one of these days soon again. But because I think hunting season's pretty much over. But anyway, I know they got other stuff to do. But anyway, it's nice to have as neighbors, and it's a genuine. Here you go, versus, well, I was thinking about you. I don't know. They mean it, but they don't mean it, and somehow it's like they got to make themselves. I don't know. It's genuine, but it ain't. That's why I'm calling it a false, you know, uh, giving. It's honest, but it ain't. And they did bring it to you, and they did think of you. So, but there's just something that just ain't right with what is given. And I'm sure if you it's an awkward giving, they give it to you. It's like, ooh, there's just something about it. Okay, that's enough about that. But I'm, I'm, as I'm sitting here saying this, I'm remembering a couple of times it was just so flippant awkward. You just wanted to go, ew, please, do I really have to take this? Later on, find a reason, not necessarily throw it away, but maybe not bring it in the house. And I'll bring down there anything in the house, So if I leave it outside, that's saying something. I'm thinking of a particular thing. I won't get into it, but let's just say I wouldn't bring it in the house. I brought dead animals in the house. I brought bones and things and stuff, and but I wouldn't bring this in the house, not for nothing. Oh, anyway, see, I make my own jokes. Life is fun, right? Laugh at yourself because some of the stuff I'm thinking that I wouldn't bring in the house. I shouldn't have brought it home. Yeah, I should have left it at the driveway. Yeah, it should have stayed on the. I should have left it at somebody else's place. You know. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man. So future events. I have in my meditation, which is daily. I will throw this in after almost 3 hours. And what time is it? Oh, it's 3:12 a.m. So okay, I was going to do an hour update. Well, that's about right. Yeah, but it's 3:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Southwest Georgia. You're with Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David No, and friends from all over. We thank you. We love you. We send love and um, we keep you in our prayers. If you're feeling down or lonely or whatever, remember you're not alone in the universe. We're all in this together in so many different ways. And it's going to be interesting how this shakes out. It's going to be interesting how Britain just reacted and now how Australia's going to react to this. I'm curious, just watching world events and stuff. Going to be curious as to how DeSantis and other folks and Trump and different people have been talking about the scam and sham with the vaccines and everything and the mandates and all that and whoops, how this gets retracted and how many people are actually pissed and start lawsuits. It's going to be very interesting, but the long term effect of this is that as things have already opened up, as advertisement, keep this in mind, it's important that 6 months ago, the ad campaigns already were showing the change. It's important to note. I'm just saying. My guys are going, yeah, this is important. Pay attention to this. Because, one side showing you this, which is Hollyweird, and then the other side over here, which is contradicting itself almost on a daily basis, sometimes hourly. Um, but here's what social media is saying in the commercials and other things. We're back, baby. Football games. We're back, baby. You know, all these thousands of people, 100,000 people at the stadiums. We're back, baby. It's hard to sell that kind of thing, even though certain people were wearing masks at the games and stuff, but nobody was freaking out. There wasn't a bunch of stuff and all there you go. Are we back? Yeah. And I think we're going to be a lot stronger for it. Okay. We're going to be careful. We're going to be cautious. And we're going to be very cautious and careful listening to some of these folks and what they're trying to sell us. Uh, you know, you know, quite frankly, I think it's pathetic. All right. Whoopi Goldberg pointing her finger at other people and talking about you're not vaccinated and she got the COVID and how shocked she was and so forth. Listen, honey, I think you got what you deserve. And I say that simply in that she's been one of those ones that have been pointing her finger at us. And I ain't been pointing my finger at her, but she's been pointing her finger at us. and speaking out, and how we're all the ones that are in the wrong. And, and then she learns this new science and gets it herself. And, so um, there are people who are still going to point their fingers because they're idiots. They really have missed the point. Okay. And there are some folks that have gotten the virus after being shot up, going, I think I learned a lesson here. Where other people are going, oh, I should have got another booster. Oh, if I hadn't had the shot, I'd been much sicker. Oh, I mean, trying to make excuses, for getting vaccinated. Okay, but stop pointing your finger at us and accusing us as being the culprits. Ain't buying it. And the more they chirp on about this stuff, the more I think it makes them look stupid. So, where I used to think that Whoopi had something to say, I have lost any respect for her over the years because of the idiocy and the things she's spouting. And here recently, I'm just like, you just ain't getting it, do you? There's a part of your brain that is just not understanding this. Like other people that I know who are just convinced that it wasn't the shots, and I thought I was protected, and whoops, you know. Okay. And the point of that is that it was the fear mongering and everything that these people went through to get the shots, to keep updated, to do it right, and then they got screwed anyway. They still got the flu, they still got sick. And to my daughter, I don't want to say I told you so, and I'm not. I'm sorry that she got sick after having all of her shots. Just like I'm sorry about all the other folks that are getting sick. And it may come my turn because I haven't been vaxxed or whatever, but I also haven't been really sick. Had a couple of down days last week, and you know, there was like flu type symptoms. I may have had it, with a low class because I had a headache and chills and a fever and a cold and a hot, and I could not get comfortable. I might have had the flu because there were certain symptoms that I was like, man, if I didn't know better, I'd say I had the flu. But I didn't go to anywhere. I didn't get checked. I didn't freak out. I just didn't feel well for a couple of days. But all in all, and looking back on it, I very well could have. And listening to other people's, description of how they felt and so forth, and body aches and pains, and okay. So, what do we do? I keep taking my vitamins. I have been crawling underneath the truck. I realized yesterday it crawling under my truck and back and forth and tried to fix it and everything. I realized that if I were to go down on the river and try to get in and out of my kayak a couple of times, that I would have difficulty. So crawling underneath my truck the last couple of days, and in the morning I'll be at it again. But um, I've realized that it's practice because I haven't been on the river because my truck hadn't been running right, and it's also been a little high, but it's getting down to the point where it'd be really nice for me and Duggar to go floating again. And but I was like, thank God I started crawling under my truck here this last few days and so forth, because I'm gonna have to just go out and get up and down off the ground because I need practice because I'm definitely want to go get back in the kayak and the canoe, but in my current condition, it wouldn't be but once or twice I could get in or out. So there are lessons and all kinds of stuff. So what do we have to look forward to in the future? Oh, it's 3:20 officially. Ooh, yeah, I got a little bit left. So smoke if you got them, my friends. Hey, Barry, it's not good old days. She made funny movies. Right, exactly. And she was a fairly good stand-up comedian back in the day, but anymore, yeah. And now the new virus is called um, Omicron. Yeah, Omicron. And you know what? I've been I watch a lot of anime and versus movies and other programs, but I would have swore in might have been in some kind of space something, but I swear to God that they had some kind of Omicron something. It was like the Transformers years ago in one of the series, and but Omicron. It was like when they named this thing, I was like, wait a minute, that's been in some kind of sci-fi something I have seen within the last couple of years, and it being some kind of animated series, Transformers or Space Cadets or something like that. But I swear it was Omicron something. So I thank you for hanging out. Every time we do, we contribute to the goodness of the universe. We share our bowls, we share our prayers, we share, smiles and laughter and jokes. And Barry and I have talked about it, but, and you had a fire hole. You didn't have a hole in the fire, or, never mind. But, we've had our share of, I consider myself have moved up a notch that we have, trolls that put in stuff, I find it very humorous. It's annoying, yeah, but I still find it humorous versus getting pissed off. Where, a few years ago, fucking try. I might have been mad and pissed off, and why are they doing? Now it's just like, wow, look, we're getting trolled, totally different attitude, so, and I feel a lot better for it, even though it's happening more. I'm still like, hey, here we go again, so the future, we honestly can make it what we want it. Now, other events, wars, crazy people, and lockdown, all these things are things we can't necessarily control, but we keep control of our lives as much as possible. And by doing it, I'm going to repeat it again after 3 hours and 2 minutes and 52 seconds, that we keep our core values. And what is it? Do you believe in the law of one? To do no harm to anything, to treat people, as equals and not being higher or lower, or, um, there's a lot of stuff I talk about. There are a lot of things of wisdom that honestly I surprised myself, that I have learned so much over the many years at 69 and a half years. Um, but that it's, I think this is sort of my joke, like Jack Benny. Well, I'm only 39, but anyway, as far as the joke is concerned, the running joke. Um, that's what it is. It's a Jack Benny thing. Well, so it can piss us off and we can stay pissed, which in a lot of ways we have every right to be. But again, it's not going to serve us well at all. So whether ET lands in February or early March, as it's supposed to happen, and no later than April, but if the big flash comes on February the 1st, that's just going to be. I'm not waiting with on pins and needles, but I'm damned curious. Like I'm not sitting around like, oh my God, I can't wait till February. No, but now that it's only 5 days away, it's like it's 5 days away. I wonder, I wonder what's going to happen, if anything. Will something actually happen, as they have, honest to God, swore it was the first kind of thing, which is a first, versus just giving, well, maybe coming soon, stay prepared, anytime now, versus February 1st. Okay. So stay entertained with the craziness that's going to abound. All right. And it's going to abound in many different levels. Um, I think it's going to be fun in that the bad guys ain't going to win. Okay. And they thought they had us. They thought and just, no, they don't. But on so many different levels, just keep in mind whatever commercials you're watching, notice what they look like a year ago and what they look like now. And that it takes 6 months ish to make a commercial, to plan it, write it, stage it, hire all the actors, get everything staged and get everything ready, practice, rehearse, do it, and then produce it, get it out, and sell it. So watch your commercials because it's going to tell us what they're thinking 6 months ago and what they're thinking now, what they anticipate in 3 to 6 months' time. Okay. If they're social distancing, if they're pushing this thing versus that thing, just keep an eye out because as these last couple of years, and I'm not one for like, I love commercials kind of thing. I try to turn them off or fast forward, skip them, right? But in certain ways that they have been presented, not necessarily the product, but how the product is presented. And it's like, hmm. So the trend is what we see next month was thought of in December or November. Okay. What we're seeing now was thought up in June and July and started production maybe in August or September and was produced. And you know what I mean? So it does it. Now they may do things faster. They may have a better setup, but it still takes time. So, but just go back and think about the stuff that you watched last year and what you're watching now, and think about how the trend has changed. That's what's important. So, in 2 weeks, we watch a new commercial. What has changed? Not necessarily in the product, but that how the product is presented to us. Where years ago it was a man and a woman, it was a white man and a white woman, or a black man and a black woman. Now it's white men, black women, white women with black men. It's black men with white men. It's black women with white women. It's all kinds. So, who's in the commercial? The trends, what they show us as family, how the family is reacting. Just keep an eye out. My spidey senses and my spirit guides are like, that's sort of like a little bit of a taste of, you know, not necessarily what's to come, but a taste of what to watch for. Hey, Mossy man, how are you? I'm fixing to get out of here. I'm sorry. It's 3:29 a.m. and I kind of sort of planned on being on tonight, but we worked outside until late. I had company until late, and I really want to finish up my truck tomorrow since we made such grand progress tonight. Yippee! What a bastard that some bitch was. But I would say keep the faith. And if you don't have any faith, have faith in the universe. Have faith in yourself. Believe, and don't let anybody sway you. Well, Hawkeye, you're a spiritual person, but if you don't have the Bible and come to church with us on Sundays and get baptized, you ain't going to be saved. You're going to be left behind. Okay. But I was told in my dreams 20, 30 years ago that I was going to be left behind because there were people who were going to go off other places and I was going to be left behind. to help other people to learn basic things, right? And so here I am, but I ain't gone anywhere yet. Ain't planning on it anytime soon. Until I get my truck fixed, then I'm going to the river with Duggar. you know. Oh man. Oh, I'm sorry. It's at the end of the video, and I can talk about whatever I want to now, right? I've been having. I live in the country. There's woods all around, right? And so I have on and off problems with mice. Okay, so there's been one in the house, and I've tried with traps and peanut butter, and I mean no go, right? So I finally resorted to rat poison, which I try over the years. I do not like it, right? So um, I put out the rat trap. I mean the poison, and within 6 hours, there's a bunch of it gone, and because it's got a little see-through top, right? So I go in the kitchen and oh, there's some more gone. So okay, the mouse is fixing to die. So where he's or she or it's going to die, it's going to smell because that's always what's happened in the past. One of the reasons why I don't like to use the poison. And I can't feed a poisoned rat mouse to my cats. So, but anyway, the smell comes. Oh my God, it's the dead mouse. Chewy. Want to almost throw up. And it was so strong the other night. I was like, oh my God, man, he must have, phew. But where is he? So I got a loft right up here. That's the original loft from when I just had this little room and sleeping area upstairs. And he had gotten in between the ceiling down here and the floor of the loft, and had gotten in there and put some insulation, and that was living overhead. Right, could hear him running overhead, and would catch him peeking out over the top of the loft right up here, and just being a real pain in the ass. Right, so the smell. Well, the smell was like, couldn't get rid of it because it's up in the ceiling. I'd have to take the whole ceiling out. So just put up with it, right? Well, the smell this time. I'm on the couch with Duggar and we're snuggling under. It's cold outside, and I get this whiff. And come to find out, it's not coming from overhead. It's coming from inside my couch. So today, last night I was just like, I'm going to tough it out till in the morning, but I could not stand it any longer this morning. I had to take everything apart off the couch and tip the couch up. I had to rip the bottom out and the back off of the couch, unstaple it in the whole 9 yards. I never did find the mouse, but I found where the mouse had been. So all kinds of bundled up and stink. Oh my God. So I cleaned and I disinfected. I took everything, all the blankets that I had, everything's out on the line. Oh my God. What one stinking mouse could do. Holy garbage can, but so I have been dealing, there's still a taint of it in the air, I want to light some sage, smoke another cigarette and cloud it up a little bit, but, you know, so I hate doing it, but that little mouse paid me back big time. Put ate the inside of my couch up. But the reason the scent was so strong, it was literally under my head where the arm of the couch is. Inside had climbed up into the arm of the, so it had died like literally under my head. I was like, oh my God, no wonder it was so strong, you know. And so uh, my question to myself was, of course, hadn't they had eaten a hole in the back of the couch. So it was one thing to be under the couch, but it was another thing to be in the back of the couch, in the arm of the couch with stuffing. Oh my God. Anyway, so I will check that out more often. You know what I mean? The fact that they might be living there, But a mouse literally living under my head. I would wake up at night and hear these weird scratches, and I thought it was coming from overhead. Come to find out, they're literally living in my couch underneath me and Duggar. I mean, it's like, a big family reunion. Well, we got a mouse over here, and me and Duggar on the top. Oh my God! And a lizard in the bathroom. The frogs that come across the floor. Holy Jesus, I live in a menagerie, and not necessarily on purpose, but um, and the thing about the mouse was they just eat shit up all the time and into things and packages and just and wires, so if they stayed outside or whatever, I wouldn't mind it. But nah, well, that mouse is paying me back from what his stinky ass is doing. Woo wee. Still haven't found the carcass though. That's what kind of like, huh? You know, thank God it didn't blow up with maggots and stuff. About the Oh yeah. Oh, we finally got the thing broke loose. I'm good. I'm good. I am so good now. Because there's been a couple of times in life when working on a vehicle and working on the carnival and with vehicles that I've had and other people's vehicles, there are times when you try to take a bolt off and it just will not come out. Don't care what you do to it, it ain't coming out. You can break it off and have to do a bunch of shit from there, but as far as just taking a wrench to it and trying to take it out, it just ain't happening. Monster Man, are you talking to me? About snow there? Are you talking to David, the other David? And we don't have any. Actually, they're calling. We might actually have snow flurries down here this weekend for us. Uh, it's supposed to get to 23 on Sunday morning. We had sub 30 temperatures 2 nights in a row and killed off a lot of my tomato plant, even though I covered it. So if it's going to get to 23 on Sunday, I'm going to try to dig up some of what has survived the last freeze and bring it in the house. You know, I won't have anything. And there's still I still have a tomato on one of the tomato plants. So I'd like to see if I can help it survive, especially. um, Mossy Man, are you pointing at me? You say, I'm talking to you, David, and I think David Castle is on somewhere. But so that's the reason I asked that. Thank you. I'm a little stoned, but um, yeah. What's tomorrow? Oh, you talking about today, tomorrow, Mossy Man, versus like Friday tomorrow? Um, because what I'm saying is that I'm going to be outside because on wait, we're supposed to get bad weather, I think, on Friday and in through Saturday. So I think tomorrow is good. And I don't have much else to put back on the truck now that we got this sensor off. God, it was a bitch. Torches and wrenches and pipes, and it took two people. So, yeah, I got you, Moss Bed. But anyway, what I was going to say was, um, I'm going to be here. I don't. He took me to the store so I could get supplies in case I didn't get my truck that thing off. Um, but but I might be in the yard. Is what I'm trying to say. I might be in the yard. So I got my phone sitting here, which I need to put on the charger. But I have no intentions of going anywhere. But if you call and I don't pick up the phone, it does the 4 ring thing. I could just be in the yard finishing up the truck. So At this point, it shouldn't take me long, you know, maybe an hour and a half, you know, probably take me longer. I had to jack it way up to get up underneath it better. And that's my fault, but probably take me longer to get jack it back up and take all the boards and everything out than it will to do anything else. It doesn't matter. My point is, if you call me and I don't answer the phone right away, I'm in the yard. That's my point. I'll call you back. I'll check. I check the phone every time I come in from the yard. But what time do you think you might call? Yeah, but that don't mean I take it outside in the yard with me. You know, it's in here too. But if I knew what time you were going to call, I would take the phone out for that time. Otherwise, I just don't do that. I know there are people that carry it with them. I have my cell phone, but I don't do that. You got my house phone, Mossy. You called me before, right? The nine the 941 number. That's good. That's the house phone, and the cell phone's sitting right beside it, basically. Yeah, but my point is that it's in the house too. My house phone, I would prefer you to call, you know, but it's going to be in the house too. I just don't take them out. I'm doing this in the middle of my yard, okay, and I just ain't taking the phone out there. That's my point. If I know what time you were going to call, I would take the phone out for an hour or so, but I ain't taking it out and not leaving it out all day. No, ain't that ain't happening. You can't see outside. Friday at 3. Okay, lunchtime for you, right? Okay, that works. I should be around. I should be done with the truck by then because it's supposed to be the weather's supposed to turn bad by then for us here. So, and it's supposed to get cold as shit, and it's showing um, s- snow flurries as far south as almost us. So it'd be up in Albany, which is about 40 miles north. But you know, we haven't seen snow here in a while. But it was 1980, the winter of 79 and 80, because I got out of jail in 79. And that winter, I was living in Norman Park. And it was like the 13th or 14th of March, or maybe the 15th. It was because the 15th of March is supposed to be our last cold day for this area down here. And it snowed. And I mean, it wasn't just flurries, it snowed like a freaking blizzard. There was snow on the ground for 3 days. We had planted gardens because it was like the 10th of March. And on 5 days later, it snowed, killed gardens, froze pipes. It was really cold. And so, and the weatherman I watched down in Tallahassee, he was like, all you people talk about how cold it is this year. And, you know, in 1985, it got down to 9 degrees. And it was like, I remember that because I was living here then in 1985. And I remember how fucking cold it was and how we didn't have water. And thank God I had, you know, I was digging my well at the time. It wasn't down to where it is now, but at least I had water and I could throw a bucket down there and draw water up, you know, where other people didn't have any water at all because all their pipes had froze over, you know. So we all learned a lesson over that, right? The weather's been fair, Monster Man. You know, the days when it has, you know, we've had some really dreary days with, you know, temperatures 52 degrees and no sun and drizzle rain, just be nasty. And, you know, the low get to like 40 and just can't quite get warm, you know what I mean? Um, and we had one day that was so windy, we were like all to freeze to death because of the wind. But you know, I talked with Robert V up there in Dakotas, and they had 50-mile-an-hour winds up there, and it's a lot colder up there. So it was one of them days. But all in all, when it's been clear, it's been beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Some of the blueberries, wild blueberries, are already starting to bloom. It's been a little too nice in that respect, but many of us kind of feel like we got a couple more weeks of some cold weather, which for us down here in fruit trees and peach trees and plum trees, if you don't get enough cold, they won't bloom. They just won't produce any fruit. And I've got plum trees back here. It's been so warm these last few winters. It's barely got down to 29 degrees, barely. And you're supposed to have so many hours of, you know, 32 degrees or lower for some of these trees to produce. And we just ain't had it. And we ain't had the fruit. The wild plums are gone. My plum trees back here haven't produced. My pears haven't produced the way they should have. Local peach trees. Some people have done better than others, but it has to do with variety of of the tree. But I talked with my buddy Rob tonight when he was here, and I said, I'm planning on investing in. Every month I take $100 or so and invest it in something if I need it. Like this month was tools. Last month I bought the air rifle, which personally I'm glad I did. Um, I'm just glad I bought it. You know, in whatever way that air rifle empowers me. If somebody comes up to my house, all they got to do is see it, and they're going to think twice. That's all I need. Could it hurt them? Yeah. Could I cock it real quick and get one shot off? Probably, maybe two. But that ain't what it's about. But it does give me that confidence living down here the older I get and the way people get crazy. Now, knock on wood, we ain't had nothing around our neighborhood like that. Don't mean it can't happen though. My name's plastered all over the internet with me and my discussions and stuff. So there are people in different parts of the world that, not to say they would look me up to want to harm me, but, there are crazy people out there, that have tried to harm me and were fairly successful at what they were doing, casting spells and shit and drawing demons to me. It was not nice. But made it through that one. Don't want to go through that again. Since my dog been on. No, I haven't been on the river lately because my truck's been broke in, and not running. But with any luck, tomorrow's the day. I'll be. We should. I should have all the new sensors on, and plugged back in, and the radiator back on, and the that fixed. All I got to do is just put it back together. So, and that shouldn't take me long. But but the other thing is the river's been way up. I mean, it was at 13 feet, which is like you couldn't even, the top of the boat ramp was flooded. So it's like, you know, could have just about floated anywhere. Tried to do it in my backyard, but it just wasn't quite deep enough right behind the house. But down on the river it was a little too crazy. And um, But no, I want to get back on the river. I really do, badly. Um, but not having transportation and anybody to come, it's one thing to take me to the store. It's another thing to take me to the river. Come on, man, it's cold. It's Christmas. It's New Year's. Yeah, okay. It's January. Yeah, well, it's almost February, but I remember in March that one year is when I almost drowned and froze to death on the same night. So, you got to be careful. That's true. But and the reason why I won't go on the river when it's up because I almost drowned and froze to death that year. Learn that lesson. Um, but doesn't mean I don't want to go back. But the river is down below 9 feet, and if I work on the truck tomorrow, it'll drop probably another 6 to 8 inches. So by Friday or Saturday, which Saturday is supposed to be sunny but cold, would be the best day, first day I could get back on the river. But if it rains Friday, then the river's going to come back up. So, it'll probably be next week before the river will be at the right height to go back on. So, but I'll be doing my exercises. Yep, me and my kayak, and I think Duggar's ready to go too. And there's no bugs. There's no mosquitoes. There's no. It's cool. You're not sweating to death. I can't wait. But anyway, seen any dog man on the woods there? I'm lost with that one, Moss man. Any dog man? It has been a delightful winter here so far. I wish that I had felt a little better and not preoccupied with trying to get certain things fixed and done. My truck not working and bumming this and just being erratic. But I have accomplished quite a few things. And once I get my truck back, my mood's going to be better. As soon as I heard that nut crack and knew that we had finally broke that damn thing loose, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm home free," because it was the only thing holding me up. Finally got all the parts. Finally got all of this. But can't get the damn thing loose. So, but persistence and patience. So, what have we got to look forward to in this coming up? Well, always actually. There was somebody I was listening to the other day, and they were talking about the elders, and the elders were like, uh, to anyone younger than them, it was like bitch, bitch, bitch about the weather and about the buffalo and about the rain and about the no rain, about the drought and about the dust and it was like the elder said, but it's Mother Earth. We live on top, and what do you expect? You know, um, but we expect we're living on, and and it was like an old saying. It might have been when Robert and I were going through stories and stuff, and I ran across it, and I was like, so 100 years ago, 150 years ago now, some of this they were talking about, we live on Mother Earth. Of course there will be of course there will be droughts. Of course, And I've said the same thing almost in the same verbiage, and I was like, oh my God. Now, for me, there are times when that's like synchronicity, right? But in having accepted now the role of elder in this, as far as what my continued role in this until I pass on, is that whatever wisdom or discussion of this, I connect with my spirit guides. I stay connected to the positive side of the universe. I know there's a negative. I know there are bad guys and girls and gals and a lot of shit in between out there. But it doesn't mean that I have to focus on it. So, sort of picking up on something I said about an hour ago, that there are some folks who want to blame everything on demons. Everything's the Rothschilds, and it's not. But because there's just bad people in between there that ain't connected to none of it, you know? It's just the type of people they are. So before you blame every bad thing on a reptilian or the demons or whatever, right? The cabal. Now, to the point, the cabal is in on a lot of stuff, but not everything. Sometimes it's just damn greedy people, okay? Or companies or whatever. Sometimes it's circumstance. But so the first thing is that stop being so narrow minded and accept the fact that You're right, at least up to a point, but there's more to it. That's all. Quit being so narrow minded in it's always their fault. It's always, the if the food's bad, it's always the cook. Well, maybe it's not the cook's fault. It may be crappy recipes, or maybe, there could be other issues, but everybody blames the cook. Um, so that's one thing in the future. Don't just keep blaming it on one thing. Now, there's a lot to place blame on the Vatican. It needs to be there. There are people in the Vatican who should be prosecuted. There are people within the Catholic Church that think the Pope should be prosecuted. So when folks talk about the Vatican, oh, hell yeah, they're behind a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't see. So, but is everything the Vatican's fault? The answer is no. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Oh, I watch and listen. It's always the Vatican. It's always it's always okay, just calm down. Yes, they're involved, but it ain't always them. It's a big combination of stuff. And with 7 billion people on this planet, here's the other thing. Now, I've noticed that the talk about timelines has subsided the last few months. And I made a comment probably several times a few months ago. And I said, this thing about timelines is driving me nuts. I said, because if I decide to do a video tonight and people show up, I've just changed the timeline. We can change our timelines at any point along the way. And how does whoever who's controlling the timeline gonna know what the fuck I'm doing in the next 5 minutes? you know, and the fact that I just used the word fuck, you know, okay, but we're gonna change the timeline. No, I'm changing the timeline as I'm going. Okay. So the fact that we can change the timeline, okie dokie, I absolutely see that, but the fact that there are folks supposedly controlling the timelines, I have had this. I'm like, wait, everything's related to the timeline. Well, we changed the time, and the timeline is, and hang on. Every one of us breathing and sneezing and coughing and toking and smoking and drinking and laughing or crying and peeing or pooping or maybe all of it at the same time. Wouldn't that be fun? Talk about the twirlies. But that, somehow, wait a minute, can we just calm down a minute? War dogs, Bigfoot. Oh, not necessarily a Bigfoot, but a swamp, uh, a swamp critter. Um, Cabbage head. I'm sorry. So where we place blame, and there are some folks. I was talking with a friend of mine up north. It ain't you, Barry. Talking with a friend of mine up north, and they were talking about something about the local church and the people there at the church, and some of them actually kind of looked like demons, and they were holy rollers and spoke in tongues, and and I'm like, okie dokie. And so I'm like, so why are you concerned with these people or with the church? Do you go to the church? No, I haven't been there in a while. Okay, so you haven't been there in a while. Okay, what about the people? Well, I don't have anything to do with them people. Okay, so but when was the last time? Well, it's been, I don't know, 5 or 6, 8. It's been a while. Okay, so but then why are you still talking about the people at the church and the church if you ain't been there in 5 or 6, 8 years? You don't associate with the people. Well, I know what they're thinking. I was like, what? Well, I know what they think of me. Well, so yeah, but then people of the church, and when I see them in town, I'm like, so well, but when I was there at the church and they judged me, so that was 5 or 6 or whatever years ago. Everybody changes in some way, shape, or form. If you don't go to the church and associate with them people, then why do you give a shit what they think of you? Smile at them, treat them nice. They can't have it. If you go up to them, well, these people are always mad at me. They always treat me bad. Well, if you go up to them with that kind of attitude, but if you just fluff it off, whatever this person thought of you before, if if you act out of character, which if they think you're a mean, nasty son bitch, and you come across this, well, hi there, Evelyn. How you doing? I ain't seen you in so long. What's it been, 4 or 5 years ago? I hope you and the family doing all right. Well, look, I can't stay and chat, but I just want to say hi and move on along, right? What? So you're kind, you're considerate, and you don't give a shit what they think about you. But you're still being you. You're being the core value of you, and you are honest, hopefully. You're probably going, well, I don't really give a shit here or her and the family are doing, but no, honestly, at least part of it, leave the hate out of it, even though you might not like them or whatever. You, oh my God, it's 4:02. Yeah, it's been a long day. War dogs, were dogs. No, you mean like a chupacabra kind of thing? No, but we have some really strange cries in the middle of the night. The other night when I was outside working on the truck, clear outside, cold. I'm just working on it and doing what I'm doing, trying different things, and off in the distance, it sounded like coyotes, but in there it didn't sound like coyotes, and I mean way off in the distance, and I could count 4 or 5, maybe even 6. Yip 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 yip. Oh, yip yip yip. At the same time. But then there's this like another sound in with it. It's just like that that ain't naturally there. Late at night like this, I go out in the mornings or whatever and just stand out there for a few minutes sometimes, and you can hear coyotes, not dogs, but coyotes, and sometimes foxes, but coyotes make the most noise, and be way off in the distance, and it's really interesting to hear. Not necessarily like coyotes out west, where there's more of an echo. Now, this time of year, with all the leaves off the trees, when the coyotes howl and do their yip yip yipping, it echoes up and down the river big time. You know, when an owl hoots, it's like it could be down at the river, but because of no leaves on the trees, mostly that sound comes off the river and back up here to and it's almost a quarter mile back there. So, it's like, whoa. So the trucks on the highway and crossing the bridge, because of uh, how little foliage is on the trees. Now, in 2 months, it'll be totally different. When the leaves come out on the trees, all the sounds will literally change again. Hey, Mary Wins, how you doing? Good to see you. No, but I tell you, one thing we do have down here in the swamps is now, honestly, of all the years I've been here, 40 years this year on this place, I've not heard of anyone having been attacked by a bobcat. But I'm here to tell you the bobcats around here that are sneak through the woods that you never hear or see or rarely see are as big as a small mountain lion. These things are huge. Their paws are as big as my hand, actually a little bigger. The reason I know is one was shot on my property by an ex brother in law who brought him up to the house, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like, it's a bobcat, humongous. I'm thinking bobcats are like, like this big and yay tall. No, this son bitch was like, 3.5, 4 feet long, and was as tall as Duggar and filled out better. The legs were, it would have slapped the shit out of Duggar in a heartbeat. No comparison. And I was like, that's a bobcat? Are you serious? Thinking, cute little bobcat, la la la. Mm-mm. No, this thing was more like a lion. But when they have this cry like a baby, and they used to have panthers around here, several creeks called Panther Creek. And way back in the day when back in the 70s and early 80s, going down on Warrior Creek and Panther Creek, and there's another creek that comes together. But man, you could hear them cries late at night, and they'd say, it sounds like a woman crying or a baby crying, and it'd be a panther down on the creek, and they'd be talking to one another. Bobcats, I have yet to hear them make any kind of growl or anything, but I have seen their paws. That I thought at one time it was a bear, but in hindsight, I was like, that wasn't a bear. That was a dead bobcat. On down on the river, the paws that I saw in the sand. And when they cross the river, they'll leave paw prints and stuff. But these things are big. They some little, large, feral kitty cat. These things are like, I want to say mini mountain lions. I've seen, stuffed animals, never seen a mountain lion up close, but, these bobcats were uh, damn near as big. Like, wow. The Florida Panther, uh, the bobcats, if anybody's ever seen Florida Panther, they're not real tall, but, they're a panther. And the bobcat was almost as big as the panther. Uh, So I know there are panthers in the swamp. I know there are bobcats in the swamp. I have laid out on the ground with ants crawling on me, over me, bugs in the morning kind of thing, and laying on a blanket or the dirt or whatever. Never been bothered by any kind of critter like that. Um, Now there are some people that say that I've been one lucky motherfucker, and one could say that too. And but also one could also believe that for me over the years, I just feel like if I was comfortable with where I was at, and there are places where I'd gone, I'm just not comfortable here, and I could move 5 feet over and be comfortable. That sort of a feng shui kind of thing with Mother Earth. But that if I'm comfortable with where I am and I don't feel any spiritual or whatever, no woolly boogers gonna come out of the swamp and get me. Because some of the places I've been have been, woolly boogers probably live down there, And there's been a couple of times where I was like a little creepy-fied, myself down in the swamp. Because no, there ain't nobody, for 2 miles, of hard slogging through the swamp to even find your ass, let alone get you out and or if any. So and by myself. So but then there's been other places further down the river or up the river that was so peaceful and calm and serene that you like, wow, that spot back there was really creepy, but I don't feel creepy now. It's an odd thing. But there have been times when I was out in Arkansas and on the Buffalo River, and I had a feeling of a bear. I just, something just, I felt it, right? pulled around this curve off of the, where the current wasn't so strong, and beached and got out and had to pee, right, and walked back around the curve upstream a little ways, 20 feet, and there were bear tracks. And I thought to myself, damn, I'm coming down to that spot at that curve. I wasn't thinking bear, but all of a sudden I was like, man, I'm, is there a bear around here? Beach, walk back up, big bear prints, and thought to myself, well, at that same time, that same later on that night, I'd had visions before I went to the Buffalo River of having some encounter with the bear. Now, so I saw the bear prints on the river. A couple hours later, we pick our camp spot, set up our tent, and do our thing, put our garbage and everything way up a tree. I had not thought about it, but I ate a Reese's peanut butter cup, two of 'em, my package, right, and some tea or whatever for drink, and put all the garbage up, high up in the tree, but hadn't thought about the smell of that peanut butter to a bear. And later that night, early that morning, there was a bear outside the tent, and I'm laying, and the bear's nose is like right above me, poking in the tent, you know, right above me. So I look up and I can see the tent poking in, and it's a bear on the other side, right? And my wife at the time, she's like, "There's a bear." And I'm like, "Shut up! I know there's a bear there." Got up and went outside after the bear went away, and sure enough, big bear prints, literally right behind the tent, right above my nose. So my encounter with wildlife and not having been molested, you know what I mean? Too many times, out in the wilderness and places that, was at Cave Cove in Smoky Mountains, and camping, and they got a lot of bear up there. At least they did, I think. I hope they still do. But I was just had a video camera and was just years ago, was learning, was going up for a powwow and doing some stuff, and we were staying in teepees that weekend and going around and schmoozing and doing, and anyway, so I walk around in the evening time, and they're like, park ranger says there's bears in the area. Please don't feed them or whatever. Stay away from them. It's a mama and two cubs, and they're standing in the park area. So I'm like, I would like to see them, but I'm not like going to chase them down. So I was just walking over towards the bathrooms and stuff. Anyway, I think I was looking for a drink machine, and was walking over, and I came around this corner, and there are two bears. I mean, like right there. I mean, like right there. Could have just petted him on his nose. So um, there are times when somebody else would have ran, screamed, gotten mauled or something, and you know I've been lucky. You know, a couple of times, really close calls, and I wouldn't ask anybody else to try them. But I've learned in my lifetime that you can survive anything if you don't give up. If you have faith in your own self, that one way or another, you're going to figure a way out. Even with my truck, after all these months of not being able to figure out what's wrong, to maybe tomorrow be the day I get the new sensor in and she cranks right up. I'm hoping, but patience, one way or the other, you'll figure out a way if you don't give up or don't give in. I have taken breaks with giving in and giving up, but always went back out, right? Tonight was another night, and we were successful this time. So it's more proof to me that it sometimes it takes a barrel full of patience, you know, over a stretched out period of time. You might think you got to be patient waiting on the eggs to boil or something, and you think you're in a turmoil there. But if you have to be patient over days or weeks or months or God forbid years, and the fact that I've been here 40 years is like just wow. In a way, it's like holy crap, what a you know. No, wait a minute, I made it. Ain't that an achievement? And what can I do now, like planting trees and some blueberry bushes and stuff, that in 10 years down the road, I'll have different kinds of fruits and stuff, trees here, more than what I have naturally. Why not take advantage? And, I have been kicking myself. Well, why didn't I do this 10 years ago? Uh, I should have been more forthright. But 10 years ago, I was in a bad accident, had damn near died, and was in a wheelchair and drooling out both sides of my mouth, and they put me in the crazy house. And they tried to make me believe that I was done for and dead. And it's taken me a few years to get back out of it. But now I want to buy fruit trees again. I want to get back onto the things that were important. So, does it take patience with mental health, with head injuries, and with society and things? Absolutely. But if you keep your head about you, if you keep patience, allow yourself a short time to be pissed about things, but always control it. Um, you know, if you find yourself always talking about the same thing over and over again, that every time I think about this pisses me off. Well, quit thinking about it. Well, but what do you mean? Well, quit thinking about it. Well, but every time I think about it, well, quit thinking about it. Well, but I saw something on TV and it reminded of it, and then I got thinking about it. Well, quit thinking about it. You got control over this. If something triggers you, then untrigger it. Be your own master in that. Be of your own control. Well, if you see something that pisses you off, then just ignore it. Well, but it's on TV. It's on my favorite program. But every time I see it, it just pisses me. Well, then ignore it. But a cat that pisses me off, well, that's your fault. You don't have control of it. It sounds silly, it sounds stupid, but there are folks like that on some of the silliest things, but it just pisses me off. Okay. But these folks that carry this with them is what's having a bad day. Because, well, every time I see it just pisses. So they stay in that I'm pissed off all the time mode. And how can they be happy? How can they gain any insight to the universe when they're full of crankiness, when they're full of, well, every time I see that, it pisses me off. So, my dear friends, I'm headed out of here. Uh, Mary, you're good. You're doing well. Good, Barry. Monster Man, Friday at 3. Is that what you said? Confirmation. Uh, Ground control to Mossy Man. But but anyway, okay, Mossy, thank you. And what are you going to call me? Not late for dinner, please. I got you. But anyway, those folks, mental health. There are many folks who have mental health issues, and I don't want to get into that now at 4 hours. It's almost 4:20. What time is it? No, is it? Good night, Mossy, if you're leaving. It is a official 4:20. Hooray! Okay. And almost 4 hours. Good night, Barry, if you're out of here. Michelle, I see you there. Look up in trees, you'll see more. Barry, if you're still there, I'm going to talk to you soon. maybe we'll try that duo thingy with the cell phone thing or whatever. But I want to talk to you about the the wheel thing. Um, what you know, where you're at, kind of thing, and uh, to help give me a place where it'd be a good place to start as far as the discussion of it. I just have a there are certain topics that I want to make sure, and I'll like want to run it by. And since you're wanting to learn about this, I want to run this by you. Like, okay, so what would you like to know first, kind of thing? Would it be this or that or what? What do you find most intriguing or But anyway, just a couple of basic questions, and a couple of explanations on my part to you, but then bring that up in the uh, when I do the medicine wheel show. So, but anyway, I love you all. You can probably tell I'm yawning and I'm tired, and I'm a little stoned at 4:20 here in the morning on Thursday. What's the date again? My eyes got too blinky. Oh, it's 127, January the 27th, 2022. And for you latecomers and early sleepers, Michelle, I love you. Um, remember, February the 1st. It's supposed to be the event. So y'all just like, put your meters on. And everybody, maybe it'll be a good day to everybody go, Ween, we finally made it after 20, 30 years of them talking shit, if it actually happens. But anyway, what's coming up, my dear friends? We're gonna have to adapt to whatever it is, and I think some of it's just going to be absolutely a blast to watch. Et landed on the White House lawn. I can't wait. You hear me? With other people who don't believe this shit or nothing, or I'd love to see Jesus come in on a big starship, and piss every Christian off around the world. uh, I think it's going to be an interesting year. So, we'll see. Uh, yeah, you too. Now that I swear to God, when I heard that O2 sensor pop, when something's really tight and it goes ting and it's either something broke or it's loose. When I heard that ting tonight, I was like, I almost wet myself. I haven't had an orgasm in a while, but I was so close right there when I heard that ting. I was like, "Oh my ecstasy! That's the sound I wanted to hear." Especially when you've been trying to get a bolt loose for so long, right? And you finally get it. Ting, there's that noise. But anyway, it surprised me. When I was out there, I was like, oh my God, I think I almost wet myself. That was, I was surprised at my reaction, to the sound. And poor Rob was like, what's wrong? I was like, dude, man, oh. Out the yard just dancing around because of that sound. Then it was like, okay, dude, did you get it really? Did you get it? Is it loose? Yeah, I think so. Like, don't fool with me. But it was loose, but amen. But anyway, sometimes it is the most of simplest of things, like the sound of a nut breaking loose. I guess you could take that in a lot of different ways, but we'll leave it at that. So I love you all. I do. It's a Thursday. Have a great day. Have a great weekend coming up, as it may be. I swear to you, I'm going to do card reading, but I've had truck and things and stuff on my mind and other items, and I honestly just haven't felt like being able. I didn't think my spirit was well enough to be able to do it honestly, um, and I don't want to, like Barry said. When take on the responsibility of doing a card reading for someone, you don't want to do it wrong. You want to get it right. You want to make sure that you're in the right mood to pick the right cards, right? And so that's absolutely true. So there are some folks though that can just whip out a card and do one for you. I guess Barry and I are not those kind of people. I know I ain't. And because the cards are not an art to me. The cards are a method of communicating messages to the person where the messages need to go. So I need to at least be in the mood to receive, okay, this card. Well, what about this one? And y'all have been with me for card readings. Um, that there are sometimes three cards, I think it one even went as far as four cards for one person. It's one of them things. But anyway, it will be soon, I promise you. Things are just lining up better. And Barry and I are going to do a show on medicine wheel, because that's been a topic that's been on my brain, but my brain's been occupied with other things. So now that this will be cleared up, um, I'll be able to pull them out of the woodshed. And it's going to be cold as snot this weekend, so it'll be a good time to put wood in the fireplace, in the heater over here, and do a show. So when it's cold, too cold to do anything else, might as well do a show, right? So I love you all. Be careful, stay well, and for those who are it's my body and you're not going to poke me thing, we have been vindicated in a lot of ways, and keep a strong heart in that we've won up to this point. So cheers, right? So I could. Oh, and for those of you about Dante and the cause, the channel got erased, but it's now the cause with a forever at the end. It's the cause forever. And so they're back up, but it'll be slow getting the videos up. But for those folks who like, where'd he go? What happened? Dante okay? And all that kind. Yep. So anyway, so any other news? No. I think my upstairs guys are snickering a little bit that um they don't believe February the 1st, okay? And there's some folks who are really pushing this hard, and my guys are going, we'll see. So, we'll see. Is it if it happens? Oh my God, this is going to be great, right? It's going to be cool. But if it don't happen, are we all going to be like, piss and vinegar and be pissed off about it? In a way, I want to be rude for a day. I want to tell them and shake my fist and go, "You fucking lied to us again. Stop it." You know, you want us to trust you guys? Well, quit feeding us bullshit. You know. So for me, in a lot of ways, it's going to be put up or shut up. If it don't happen or soon, if it don't happen on the first, but it happens on the third, but if it's supposed to be here's the play date and nobody shows up, oh, I can see the moon through there. See, now 3 days ago, the moon was way over here. Now I can see the moon coming up through this window over there. Wow, it's really from straight overhead. Let's see, from straight overhead, it's down to this far in 4 days. Wow, that's interesting. That's a lot of movement with the moon. And we got earthquakes and stuff going on. Good night to you, Michelle. I'm sitting here just lit this cigarette and just yakking away, nothing in particular to say at this moment, just making observations. But uh, there are a lot of folks that need prayers right now, and I find that there are times when I just have to just stop whatever it is I'm doing and say a prayer. And I've found out here recently that I'm not really sure where the prayer is going, but it needs to go. And it's a real short one. Somebody out there needs a good thought, and somebody needs a happy thought. Here is one, whoever you are, you know, and send it out. And I think it kind of goes with the card readings, and that Barry and I were talking about it. When you do readings and cards, and with it comes, he'll verify this, with it comes a responsibility that it just gets you, and you just got to do it. You know. And to some folks, I don't want to say that it's not like they're giving their all, but for some of us, um, from my point of view, it's that it's deeper. It's not a frivolous thing. It's not a toy. I take it like extra serious. Um, where other folks are doing, all kinds of tarot and this kind of root and this kind of reading and that kind of thing. And I don't even know where some of this stuff comes from. Uh, and some kind of universal something and some kind of card deck. Okay, fine. Some kind of cosmic deck. Okay, fine. But here's the thing that I put my faith in that the animals have been giving us signs for thousands of years, where some of these other, just in animals themselves, without cards, okay, the animals themselves, where the cards are something it is made up to interpret the spirit world. And so, why I won't do tarot is because it's not depending on the natural of things, it's the unnatural of things. So, but still, I take the animal card readings very seriously. My path to illumination is right. I'm not saying that folks who do readings with cards aren't serious. I want to make that perfectly clear. But for some of us who do some of these cards, it's to some folks who have asked us to do readings, it's almost like they take it too lightly. Oh, come on, pull a card for me. I'm sorry, but not not now. But what's the matter? Just pull a card. Oh, that's all you got to do. Just pull a card. No, but it ain't for some of us that easy to quote just pull a card. And I'm getting a damn breeze across here. It's like, what the hell? It's like somebody opened the window. Wow, that's weird. Anyway, okay. Um, I'm not putting other folks down who do use cards. I am not. I'm saying I've tried it myself and I'm not comfortable with it. But the animal cards seem very much comfortable and very natural to me. Where all the other types of cards, I've done rune readings, runes now. I was pretty accurate with rune readings, but the runes themselves, the reading of them, um, was interpreting just that, a rune. Now the rune means something, but if you pull the bear card, you see the bear. Where the rune is a symbol for something. Okay, well, so is the bear. The bear is the symbol of something, but it's also a bear, you know. Whereas I didn't have the same connection with doing runes as I have had um, doing the animal cards. So, and I still have runes, by the way. and have used them at a time or two. Still got my book and all. But uh, when I started on my path, I started Druids. I studied Druid stuff. I studied Wiccan. I studied, Satanic. I studied, demonology and witchcraft. I studied it all in various forms and depths. And there were certain times when I would go deeper in certain subjects and then realize I wished I hadn't gone as deep as I had. But with trying all of these things and trying to find where my natural connection to the spirit world and to the universe has ended here at this particular, I don't see me changing my path as far as being the shaman in training and following the natural path, the hermit, the shaman. uh this is it. I'm comfortable. I know this is it. It's in my heart. Uh, and, you know, if somebody, I still believe in the Christ, I still believe in these other things. So it's not like I'm, you know, way off the chain and I'm believing some made up God that roves in the woods, No, I haven't gone, I'm not on that deep end where some folks would like to believe I am. But I say this at the beginning and at the end of almost all my videos. I got cut off a couple of times and couldn't do it. But I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. And every day, me and Duggar, that's two, we go outside and look up at the sky and look up at the moon or the rain, and we continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive that knowledge and healing and the wisdom and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that's important to you and me, I continue to pray that you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that you continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life, and you learn how to laugh at the dumb shit that people want you to be upset about. So take control of your life and keep control of your core value. If you believe in the law of one, to do no harm, it's very simple. You got it, man. Just have faith in it and believe, 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 believe. It's really not that complicated, but it is. The universe is complicated, gotta say, but to just accept it and receive it and watching the moon out the window, that can, make it or break it for how you feel, right? So, Barry, I'll talk to you soon. Also, smudge and tobacco offerings need to be observed and take time. Yep. So, Michelle and everybody else hide in the background, we thank you so much for hanging out for the last 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. I ran out, otherwise, I'd smoke with y'all, but I'm already stoned and it's early morning, time for me to nap. So, I love you. And until next time, I promise I'll get the cards out. I swear I am, I am, I am, I am. But my truck has been first for the last 2 weeks. So, anyway, till next time, thank you, Barry. Thank you, everybody. Michelle, be safe. Until next time, okay? I love you all. Cheers, okay? And, you know, keep it between the dishes, as we say down here in the South, especially when them dirt roads get slicky and slimy and slicky and smushy and you end up in the ditch. So take care, my friends. Be safe. Cheers. Till next time. Ween. Thank you, Bob. We appreciate it. Thank you all. Love you. Bye.